Welcome everyone. We're going to get started here in a couple minutes. We're going to do a sound check. We've got two members on the line. Mr. Perez Verdia, are you there? Mr. Solt, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Perez Verdia, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I now call to order this special meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Thursday, April 28, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Solt?
Present.
Ms. Allard?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Cross?
Present.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Salatel?
Ms. Zalatel is excused.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Cross, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
If you please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Constant, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It's a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It's an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Alaskans. For thousands of years, the have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It's with gratitude and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. Before we move on, we do need to address a late on the table item, which is supplemental to item 5B on the agenda. I will read it into the record, and then if I could get a motion, Mr. Vice Chair, to incorporate it into the agenda. AM 261-2022A, from the mayor, subject non-encumbering contracts to 2 contractors to provide spruce beetle kill tree removal for the Anchorage municipality, including Girdwood, Eagle River, and Chugiak for the municipality of Anchorage, Parks and Recreation Department, invitation to bid 2022 C007, $1,200,000.
I move to incorporate into the agenda.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to incorporate AM 261-2022A into the agenda. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item has been incorporated into the agenda. And now I would ask for a motion, Mr. Vice Chair, to change the order of the day to take up item 5B first.
So moved.
Is there a second? Oh. Seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Is there any opposition to changing the order of the day to take up item 5B first? Seeing and hearing none, the order of the day has been changed, and we will move on to the first item of business, item 5B.
So, Madam Chair, I'd move the A version.
And I'll go ahead and, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, read it into the record.
Okay.
Assembly Memorandum Number AM 261-2022, non-encumbering contracts to 2 contractors to provide spruce beetle kill tree removal for the Anchorage municipality, including Girdwood, Eagle River, and Chugiak. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the A version.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to approve the A version. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'll just briefly speak to it and say I'm again grateful that the Parks Department is going to be supported by contractors to help mitigate the beetle kill issue that we've had that is targeting beetle kill areas that are on public lands near residential areas so that we can ensure properties and lives aren't lost, and also employ people and give them training for labor positions. So it's a great deal all around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 261-2022A.
Mr. Salt? Whoops.
I vote yes.
Okay. So let me
Thank
reset this.
Madam Chair.
There's something.
It's
just
fine.
minute.
I have a different matter of business.
Oh.
Since the vote didn't happen, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So Ms. Zalatel had asked on the previous discussion that we have in the record what fund this is coming from. So if we could just put on the record which fund? Oh, does it on the back page?
We added it on line 20 through the chair, Mr. Constant.
Perhaps I have a different version. Line 20. Oh, so it's American Rescue Plan Act 2021 funds. Normally, we would have a fund account, so it doesn't, I guess maybe it doesn't matter.
They're not, through the chair, Travis Friss, CFO, these are non-encumbering contracts, so therefore there's no fund certification line, but the money is from appropriated funds from May of last year on ARPA 1.
Great, thank you very much. And one last question on that. From the previous beetle kill funds or from funds appropriated for other purposes?
From the funds that were appropriated for that purpose, there was $3.5 million
Perfect.
appropriated. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Well, yes,
It
we
may
need
be-
to do a voice vote, please. I'm sorry.
So seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AM 261-2022A, and it will be a voice vote.
Mr. Salt?
I vote yes.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion passes 10-0.
Madam Chair, at the request of the administration, I would make a motion to reconsider and urge no vote.
Second.
Thank you.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant for immediate reconsideration of item 5B. It's been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration of AM 261-2022A.
It will have to be. And
It will be a voice vote.
Mr. Constant, and the second was, thank you. Mr. Salt,
Vote no?
Ms. Hallard,
No.
Mr. Peterson,
No.
Mr. Cross,
No.
Mr. Rivera,
No.
Ms. LaFrance,
No.
Mr. Constant.
No.
Mr. Dunbar,
No.
Mr. Perez Verdilla,
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No.
The motion fails 10-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we will go back to the top of the agenda. And I just want to note that the purpose of the special meeting is for the mass care exit action items and the other item on the agenda, which we took care of already. We will have a presentation from the administration and members of the facilitation. It has been requested that assembly members hold their questions, and questions will be taken up during the debate portion of the item. I want to note that after the presentation, the plan is to move into the public hearing portion, and then after that, take a break, and then come back and take up the items on the agenda. So with that, I will turn to Mr. Rivera.
Great, thank you. Ms. Honest, if we can go ahead and pull up the presentation, please.
You have to speak.
All right. Alexis, I'll turn it to you to get started.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Alexis Johnson. I'm Mayor Bronson's Chief of Staff. I wanted to first and foremost thank everyone for being here today, the Assembly for holding this work session for us. My role in the facilitated group, I just came on board with the absence of Larry Baker, and so I'm pretty new to the group, but I'm here to work for the team and for our city, so thanks so much for having me.
Great, thanks. And then my role in this presentation, so I am going to be speaking on behalf of myself as an Assembly member. I am not speaking on behalf of the Assembly. I want to make that very clear. And I'm also speaking as a member of the Assembly Legislative Drafting Group. Also want to note before we really get into it that any logos, materials, or references in these slides do not imply endorsement of the Navigation Center or Low Barrier Shelter. So if we can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. All right, so the agenda here, we are going to start with an overview of the overall system, discuss the Navigation Center resolution and appropriation, then go into a few different areas that I know members of the body are particularly interested in: the design specs and criteria, site selection, permitting schedule, public involvement, long-term vision, breakdown of costs and operations, and then end with just a quick overview again of the overall system. Next slide, please. So we'll start with the overall system. Next slide, please.
All right, so this slide is going to give a basic overview and snapshot of some of the facilities that are in Anchorage right now that are providing homelessness services. The red dots that you see on the screen are MOA operations, and then the yellow dots, which the index is on the bottom right-hand side, those are private operations. So those are all hands-on deck facilities working towards ending homelessness.
Madam Chair, may I just have a point of information or quickly to Alexis?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Thank you. I saw this on Friday and I forgot to say something, but the Clitheroe Center is in West Anchorage, right? It's over in my district by the airport. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. Different facility, both Clitheroe. Okay, I'm used to the one in West Anchorage. Pardon me then. It appears there are two. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So a lot of the work for the overall system comes from and the vision for the overall system comes from the Anchored Home Plan. It is our community plan to end homelessness. Sort of the timestamp of the plan most recently adopted is put out is from 2018 to 2021. As I understand it, there is sort of considerations for an update in progress right now, but this is still a relevant document, and it's what we work from. In particular, I know that the facilitated collaborative process, the group, when they started meeting last year, they worked a lot from this document. So as you see on the slide, there are 4 different pillars: prevention and diversion, housing and support system, public health and safety, advocacy, and funding. And as you can see, there are a variety of community partners that bring resources to bear to address all elements of these. And obviously, there are way more folks than those listed here who work in this system. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we're going to be talking about quite a bit, it's in the resolution in particular, is functional zero. So as you can see here, there's a graphic here that explains functional zero, the idea of inflow and outflow and supply and demand equaling each other. And it's functional zero is based on population groups. You have to make sure when you're talking about functional zero to identify the different the community groups that you are, population groups that you're talking about. And then we're going to have a little bit more definition in a later slide, but functional zero, once achieved, it's truly an ongoing process to continue to meet community needs. Next slide. So next is coordinated entry. So this is a critical component to achieving functional zero. It includes the assessment of needs, having a by name list, and critical data points to help manage resources. So this coordinated entry system, it's been heavily invested over the last few years to make sure that we stand up a good coordinated entry system and HMIS system. All of the integrated and integral points to make sure that we can go from that path from homeless to housed and all of the pieces in between. Next slide, please.
So this slide is the Assembly adoption of the Anchored Home Plan. This was adopted in 2020, and the adoption was stamped until 2021, but this still is a relevant document, and I think moving forward we can adopt a new similar version in the near future. Next slide, please. So one of the components in the Anchored Home was the need to do an annual gap analysis and to identify the community's priorities. Next slide, please. So the last gap analysis that was done in July of 2020, and it showed about a 3,000 person total gap. And as you can see, this data is a little broken down by various population groups. Next slide, please.
So these next couple of slides aren't all encompassing, but I just wanted to paint a little bit of a picture here of sort of prior to 2020 and then 2020 to July of 2021. Obviously there has been a big focus prior to really most of us serving on the body on camp abatement. And I've said it publicly in the past that tended to be the one thing that the municipality did. And then, it's been sort of on and off in terms of the priority of homelessness depending on the administration. In 2014, the Assembly created the Committee on Homelessness, and then there's a lot of great work that started in 2018, 2019 that were important to building up the successes into the future. Lots of public dollars spent. Unfortunately, prior to 2020, there were lots of public dollars spent in less effective response. We've talked a lot about first responder response and how expensive that is compared to spending money on some of the true solutions. Next slide, please. So going from 2020 to July 2021, with COVID-19, everything really changed, and the MOA got involved in an emergency capacity here. And there were significant investments, a lot of significant federal investments that led to some really great work, a lot of good policy discussions, and a variety of other plans that were created that I think really signaled a paradigm shift in how the municipality was going to be a collaborative partner in working to end homelessness in the municipality. Next slide, please.
So after Mayor Bronson proposed the initial plans, the Assembly brought forward the idea of the facilitated collaborative process, and so you can see that here as of July 27th. And so next slide, please. After several months of work, mass care exit strategy was brought to the Assembly and adopted, and these are the 5 planks. One is the navigation center with a low barrier shelter, 2 is complex care shelter, 3 is a special populations housing, 4 would be the permanent supportive housing and the workforce housing, and then 5 is the substance misuse treatment and housing. Next slide, please.
All right, so I'm going to go through these next few slides quickly. So since then, we have been funding a variety of different pieces of the strategy. So this one here is the substance misuse treatment. Next slide, please. This one is provided funding for 3 of the different planks in the mass care exit strategy. Next slide, please. This one provided the operational funding for the complex care facility. Next slide, please. And then this one was design funding for the low barrier shelter navigation center. Next slide, please. So next, we're going to go into the meat of today, so the navigation center resolution and appropriation. Next slide, please. So we're going to be walking through the resolution section by section. Next slide, please. So first section is really all about achieving the goals of housing first and functional zero within 2 years. So we'll dig into those definitions. Next slide, please. So first is housing first. So the proposed navigation center will follow housing first approach that prioritizes permanent housing to people experiencing homelessness, thus ending their homelessness and serving as a platform from which they can pursue personal goals and improve their quality of life. So I think it's important we have a very definition that we can all work together from. Next slide, please. The resolution also talks about functional zero and provides some definition of that. It's a milestone that indicates a community has measurably ended homelessness for a population, and that success is measured by whether they are driving population level reductions in homelessness. Next slide, please.
All right, so through this, there's various commitments related to the low barrier shelter and the navigation center. So one, it utilizes a housing first principle, which are the 5 keys to effective low barrier shelter, and meets the adopted definition of what constitutes a navigation center. So we join the Navigation Center Community of Practice. 3, will identify a dedicated point person with the administration to participate and to bring additional MOA employees to participate and appropriate as requested. And number 4, the program developed by this work group will be used to evaluate responses to any of the requests for proposals for operators of the low barrier shelter and the Navigation Center at this location. Next slide, please. So this is also going to define the 5 keys of an effective emergency shelter. So 1, we're going to take the housing first approach, and it's going to be a safe and appropriate diversion. It's going to have immediate and low barrier access, and then it's going to also have a housing-focused rapid exit, and then data-driven performance measurements. And the municipality will continue to work within a variety of subject matter, experts in the designing, implementing, and supporting the program's operations and services to the Navigation Center. Next slide, please. So what is a navigation center? I know the question comes up a lot, and so the Muni defines a navigation center as a housing-first, low-barrier, service-enriched environment focused on moving individuals experiencing homelessness into permanent housing that provides temporary living facilities, while case managers, or as we like to call them, navigators, connect individuals experiencing homelessness to income, public benefits, alcohol, and drug and substance misuse treatments, health services, shelter, and housing. Next slide, please.
So one of the other commitments in here is to a community of practice, which we'll define more thoroughly in another slide. But it's a way to bring various practitioners to the table to share their knowledge and skills and experience, and in this instance, to build up a program for the Low Barrier Shelter and Navigation Center. As I think has been talked about previously, this community of practice assisted with the Sockeye Inn program development, and they're currently going through what has been a fairly lengthy period of time to do the same thing for the 3rd Avenue Navigation Center, as well as the Low Barrier Shelter. I think they're doing that for the Brother Francis Shelter. So there's definitely a lot of work that the community of practice right now is doing, and so one of the commitments here is to join that and engage in that work for the Navigation Center proposed at Tudor No More. Next slide, please. So this commits the MOA to ending operations of the Low Barrier Shelter once we've achieved our goal in 2 years. Next slide, please. So it's important to get, I think, a better handle of what functional zero is, and so this video, I think, does a really good job explaining that specific to veterans. So I'm hoping that we can pray to the technical gods that this works. Sorry for the technical issue here for folks on the phone. I think we're just trying to get the audio to work here.
Since veteran homelessness is constantly changing, a good system has to track it in real time. That means keeping a by-name list of veterans experiencing homelessness and
could we go back to the
updating
beginning,
it
please?
every week.
Thanks.
A by-name list when we all want to end veteran homelessness, but it's hard when the problem is constantly changing. In most communities, people are moving in and out of homelessness every day. You've got to stay on top of those changes if you want to keep people from falling through the cracks. Ultimately, success means having fewer veterans experiencing homelessness than you're routinely housing each month. We call that functional zero. In other words, the average capacity of your housing system is greater than the existing need, and you can prove that with data. Let's take a closer look at what it takes to get to functional zero. Since veteran homelessness is constantly changing, a good system has to track it in real time. That means keeping a by-name list of veterans experiencing homelessness and updating it every week. A by-name list never stands still. On one side, you've got folks entering your system, some that may be new to homelessness, as well as those who have touched the system before and are now returning. In the middle, you've got folks that are actively homeless. On the other side, folks leave your system. Most enter permanent housing, but some may move out of your community, solve their own problems, or disappear. A good list accounts for all of these moving pieces at once. Let's say you start January with 10 actively homeless veterans. Throughout the month, 3 get housed, and we move 2 to an inactive list because they haven't been found for 90 days. This leaves you with 5 remaining homeless veterans. But during that time, your community identifies 3 new homeless veterans. Perhaps they're homeless for the first time, or maybe they're just back on your radar after disappearing for a while. Whatever the reason, your goal is the same: house them. So, you start February with 5 veterans from January, plus 3 new veterans. As you go through each month, pay attention to the total number of homeless veterans remaining relative to your average monthly housing rate. You're looking for the first number to be smaller than the second. In February, 2 veterans get housed and 1 goes inactive. At the same time, you identify 6 new veterans who need housing. All in all, 3 veterans came off the list, but 6 moved onto the list. So the community starts March with 11 actively homeless veterans. Do you see what happened there? 3 veterans came off your list, but the total number of actively homeless veterans didn't drop. It went up, because new veterans also entered your system. That's why it's so important to understand your inflow every month. In March, 5 veterans move off the list and 4 veterans get added, which means you enter April with 10 homeless veterans remaining. It goes on like this for a while. Ebb and flow, ebb and flow. Remember, you're looking for the moment when the number of homeless veterans remaining drops below your monthly housing average. There. Did you see it? Functional 0. As long as the average number of veterans your community is moving into housing each month is greater than or equal to the number of veterans on your list, you're sustaining functional 0. Congratulations, and thank you for your service to America's veterans.
All right. So if we can go back to the presentation and go to the next slide. And just so you know, there's going to be a few videos because I think they do a really good job illustrating the points.
Perfect. So these are the last 2 sections that address the trigger for the emergency surge capacity and our commitment to work with community partners to achieve this work. So in Section 4, the navigation center is considered an emergency shelter location, and the use of the emergency surge capacity will be activated and deactivated following the requirements in AMC Chapter 16.120, the Emergency Shelter Plan for Homeless Persons. So Section 5, the municipality will call upon all community partners to work together in achieving the goals of Anchored Home. Next slide. So I'm going to call upon the mayor to kind of give an overview of his vision for the Navigation Center.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this opportunity. I just want the public to know and the Assembly to know I'm happy to be working with the Assembly to find real solutions for our most needy citizens. It is essential that we are all successful in this endeavor. In that effort, we must find or create living spaces for a diverse group of people who are clearly in need. Part of that living space needs to be a navigation center, a place where we can bring people to be calm and warm and safe even as we begin the process of giving them the wraparound services they so desperately need. In essence, we are trying to build a hospital here with the NAV Center being the emergency room. Just as in a hospital where patients first come to the ER and are then navigated to other beyond specific services needed by the patient, a navigation center will be the place where our fellow citizens can be navigated from to follow-on treatment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And so I just want to reiterate that the administration is working with the Assembly to keep these commitments, and then in hopes that we can achieve functional zero within 2 years. Next slide, please. All right, so these 3 basic sections are about the appropriations of dollars, and so I'm going to ask Cheryl to walk through the funds and why Section 3 is taken out.
Thank you. If I could step back for just a second, you may all recall in December, you appropriated $6 million that was held by the Alaska Community Foundation and was matched by philanthropy. Of that amount, $2 million has gone to the sockeye. You've already approved that. $1.2 million is still with the foundation for workforce and permanent supportive housing, and then $2.8 million of that has already been appropriated for the navigation center. Tonight's AR appropriates $6.2 million, of which 1.3 is the balance of unspent alcohol tax dollars that had been allocated for homeless programs last year. So it's coming out of the fund balance that remained at the end of the year. And then $4.9 million is a reappropriation of an Alaska Club purchase that you approved a couple of years ago that didn't proceed. And so those funds are now available to be put forth towards the navigation center. And so combined, that brings the appropriations to a total of $9 million for the project. And so why Section 3 is deleted in the S version is because that's the $2 million that came from the Community Foundation, and we did not have to go through the traditional budget process in order to make those funds available.
Thanks so much, Cheryl. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, so this is the site at Tudor and Elmore. It's located between the old APD headquarters and the APD evidence storage lot. So this is just a brief overview of where the navigation center is being planned and proposed today. Next slide, please. So this is just a rendering of what the structure will look like on the proposed site. Can we go to the next slide too? And there's another viewpoint of it, so you can see APD's old headquarters and the evidence storage lot, so we'll be right in between. Next slide, please. All right, so we're going to talk right now about the design criteria, and I'm actually going to have Saxton take over and talk about this.
Hello. With the appropriation of the $800,000 the Assembly agreed to were helpful with, that greatly helped us with drawing the industry's best from our architects and engineers throughout Anchorage. They were able to comb through the criteria for the number of people, the number of occupants, the administrators that would be working there, the staff and support staff, which defined the building, I guess, assets and furniture, feature, and equipment, and the construction that it would take to stand it up. With the occupancy of 200 with the surge of 130, it determined the bathroom counts and all the support, and that's what has gotten us to where we're currently at a 35% design. Part of that design captures some of the previous project effort to protect pedestrians encountering Tudor Road, taking advantage of safety measures as the overpass and public transportation, and additional lighting, fire prevention along that whole block. So the fire department has been very helpful, and it's very relevant tonight that I saw that the beetle kill appropriation was passed, so that's very helpful as well to mitigate any fire issues there. So going forward, we're approaching the structure, which is the longest long lead item of the project, and then you'll see as the durations go on the schedule, just getting the structure really helps us reduce our risks and helps try to meet the timeline as best we can.
Perfect. Next slide, please. All right, so these are the initial schematics. These are not the current schematics. This is a starting point for us. And so these, based on the criteria of the previous slide, this was the initial schematic that came up. Next slide, please.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, do you know if this PowerPoint presentation has been posted up anywhere on a website that members of the public can go to for themselves?
Felix, if you email it to me, I can get it to the website probably within half an hour, 20 minutes.
But currently it is not posted online.
It's not, okay. I don't know, maybe we could also put it up pretty quickly. We tend to be able to do that in minutes. It is being broadcast. I've definitely seen some screen caps of these great slides, but clean copies would be great for the public to have. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
I can get one of our tech guys on it if Felix sends me. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And we'll go ahead and take questions of substance later. Go ahead.
Well, I like to think it's a question of substance, but it's not directly related to this. So we have this binder here with a lot of other information too, including the fairly detailed design specifications. Have those been posted online, or are those available to the public?
I believe the Health PIO is currently working on getting them all electronically submitted as well to that button on the muni.org through the chair, Mr. Dunbar.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, we're going to go forward tonight, but the truth is there's design documents now for this shelter, and we are going to ask for public testimony from people who've never seen it. I mean, how can we be expected to take a vote tonight? How can we be expected to have the public comment tonight on things that they really haven't seen? I mean, we have these design documents now, but it hasn't even been made available to the public.
And I think Mr. Dunbar will work to get those made available to the public, and perhaps we can take up that question when we get to debate, or maybe we'll hear from members of the public too. I think that will factor into the discussion that members have.
I'll just say, personally, these are quite detailed design schematics, and I understand that they're not, 100% designed by any means. But many of us I think none of us on the Assembly are architects, or some of us, I think Mr. Cross, for example, have familiarity with some of these kind of blueprints. But I really rely on public comments and the public on these kind of issues specifically, because I know there are members of my community council who have better understanding of these kind of design schematics than we have, and we are going to be denied their expertise tonight because these documents never made it online, never made it to the public. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, and we can also consider taking a break after the presentation to allow some more time for those documents to be available as well. So we'll go ahead and go back to the presentation.
Madam Chair. I
Ms. Allard?
apologize. I'm just going to push it, and the light's still on the public hearing item.
And I wasn't looking at the queue because, we're trying to hold on questions, though I recognize that members have important questions about the documents and that availability. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I find myself agreeing with Mr. Dunbar. I find that these aren't online, and for the public to testify, this is important to Mr. Dunbar's district, so I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard, and perhaps after the presentation, we can have a conversation about how to move forward, and that may be when we have the item before us. I'm not sure, but I'm open to how we want to handle this. Thank you.
All right, thanks. So next slide, please. So these next couple of slides just show you a little bit of the work that subject matter experts have been doing with the municipality to bring their expertise to the table and help us to reconfigure the space. Next slide, please, and just provide some of their ideas, which has been helpful to the process. Next slide, please. Which leads us to the current schematic with more work to go. And Mr. Saxton has already spoken to the current design level and windows where we are right now at that 35%. Next slide, please. So at this point, I am going to ask Mr. Weddleton to come up and to talk about the next couple of slides as the current member of the administration who is part of the facilitated process is not available. So Mr. Weddleton, go ahead.
Thanks, John Weddleton. We looked at, you have a summary here, but we ended up looking at over 70 different sites, and that was a list that began with what the previous administration had looked at when they ultimately came down to the Alaska Club and the other locations. So that was an extensive list, and some of those have been vetted fairly carefully. And then we just went out to realtors, and I think Robin Ward and others who were working for Rasmussen at that time just looked around town for any building that was empty. And we got a lot of feedback from the public. I don't think we included Fire Island, but we took whatever people had said and added it to the list and evaluated these things. Somewhat on these criteria that you see here, there was some more like, some was just availability. It may be empty but not sold and not for sale, things like that. And then just to make sure we got everything, we sent out a request for information to realtors and just made that for a couple weeks and said, do you have anything else? And I think we only got one or two different places that were put on that list, and none of them were really suitable. They were too small or wrong zoning and so on. But it was a very extensive look. I think a lot of people have talked about Northway Mall. We looked at that several times, and that ultimately sold to someone else.
And if I can just pause you
Sure.
really quick, if we can go to the next slide, I think that gets to that extensive list. It's
So there
gonna
you
be
go.
hard to
There's
see.
an extensive list. It was actually, I guess this cuts off at 61. We had more over time that were added to it.
Thanks. So I just, thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So I do want to note that I believe the presentation is now on the Assembly homepage. So for members of the public who want to get a copy and follow along with us, you can find that on the Assembly's website.
And Mr. Rivera, if I could just pause you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I want to ask again about the process here, because I have a specific substantive question on something Mr. Weddleton just said. And, you know, if we're going to hold all of our questions until the end, I guess if Mr. Weddleton is going to stick around, I could ask then. But it does strike me as I have a question on that exact slide on what he just said. So how do we plan to handle the questions? Are we going to wait till the end and then go back and like sort of sort through the slides, or what's the plan?
The plan was to go ahead and go through the presentation and then go to public testimony and then take up any questions during debate.
Okay, so we'll see you in like 2 hours, Mr. Weddleton.
Is that what is amenable to the presenters? Yes.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt, please?
Ms. Johnson?
To Mr. Dunbar's point, if you go to muni.org and you click the top button, under the title Navigation Center, right underneath, there's a button that says Navigation Center and Sheltering Plan, and everything that is in your binders is presented online. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so glad to see that we have all of those documents available online at this point. Okay, so then, just getting back to where I was. Next slide, please. So the project delivery method for the Navigation Center and the Low Barrier Shelter is a CMGC process, and I asked Saxton to speak to this, please.
Yes, the CMGC allows us, we found it most beneficial. When I presented the options, I was asked to decide on what would be, or recommend what would be the fastest contract delivery method. I leaned on CMGC in lieu of design build, just for its ability to help the owner and stakeholders work with a contractor to agree to pricing to move to fast track a project. It's heavily used in the private sector currently. More recently in the municipality, digging through historical records when we referenced records, Solid Waste Services, and I believe Anchorage Wastewater Utility also has a past CMGC projects that we're able to kind of use language in the RFP process. So that's how we decided on CMGC.
If we can go to the next slide, please. I don't know if there's anything you want to speak to on there. But that just gives a little bit more features and details of the CMGC process. Next slide, please. So these are some examples of sprung structures used throughout the country, and I'm going to ask at this point, Saxton, for you to speak to how the structure meets the building standards, including, we've heard a lot of concerns about earthquake and snow load, please.
Yes, I mean, this structure utilizes a steel frame. They offer also aluminum. Looking at the structural calculations with our consultants at RSA, they found that the steel will meet the building code of MOA. And so we've worked with the manufacturer and the Building Services Department at MOA to confirm those calculations. That was a big thing to get passed. Also, the snow load calculations, it's important to know that it sheds and does not carry the load. And a lot of other locations such as Vancouver, BC, British Columbia, the North Slope, Valdez also confirmed our load calculations that helped it. Other than that, it helped confirm those calculations. Other than that, it's really not different than any other structure. It's a slab on grade. Utilities come up through the concrete. Looking at wood framed walls anchored into the concrete. So it's an R30 wall. It stays warm. It is efficient and prefabricated off site, which makes it assembly on site pretty fast to help us meet the timeline.
Thank you. Next slide. And so these are just some additional examples of sprung structures and how they are used throughout the country. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides are contracts that have been used to date. I believe most, if not all of these, are term contracts, and so I'm going to ask Saxton to walk us through these.
Correct. I was able to offer this part firsthand, this knowledge firsthand, because I am the Director of Maintenance and Operations, and being new, I'm 10 months in, I found it advantageous. It helps us exercise a contract pretty quickly. Last year when I worked as a project manager for transit, I encountered the same problem. How do we get work out to the street fast, take advantage of construction season, and get going for these smaller tasks? The term contracts here take advantage of a threshold to pre-approve pricing. So when we go out to meet these contractors and say we have this work and we define the scope, we can almost ballpark and estimate what that task order will be, because when we vet them as a term contractor, we know their hourly rate per trade, whether you're a professional architect or whatever your ranking is, all the way down to a civil engineer or structural engineer. So we already know their pricing up front. It's no surprise when we get their proposal. And it still gives us a chance to kind of negotiate before we agree to a price. So it's pretty fast and helps us keep the timeline. So it's been helpful.
Thank you. Next slide. So those are some of the additional term contracts used to date. Next slide, please.
All right, so I'm going to start talking about the permitting schedule, public involvement, and the long-term vision for the Navigation Center. And so next slide, please. So as of right now, we'll have the next 3 slides, which will talk about the timeline for things, and then I'm going to ask Saxton to speak to the variables in the schedule and how we can accelerate this. Saxton?
Yes, the permitting and review approval by the planning department, we're already working with them. Our design team has design meetings with the permitting department, and they really, what I see is we're watching from the outside as they have these conversations. They're in emails, so we can see formulas, the code requirements, how we're meeting those requirements. And just to be clear, this is really not any different than any major building project. We are directly meeting the requirements, and so our engineers are working with the department to make sure that we are doing that as a deferred submittal. So we get the engineered drawings, we identify the requirements for planning, and then we confirm that it's meeting that spec. So we're already building that permitting package to submit to MOA as part of our design team. We're at 35%. A lot of comments are coming in from other departments. We got APD, AFD, many others comments are coming in on what they would like to see as far as channeling pedestrian traffic, where the building sits on the site, anything down to like, hey, when you connect to the utility lines, it may interrupt traffic for APD to get into the backside of the administration building. So those type of comments are being amassed on one sheet to give to the design team. We next would look forward to the 65% design. Likely in a week and a half, we'll receive the shop drawings from the building manufacturer, which is Sprung, and that's when you'll really get to see, I think we're all excited to see that, because that's what shows, the colors, the shape of the building. They might even give some 2D models, we'll see, but it's really going to make sense when the shop drawings come in and see the flow of the building. Permitting, really the big parts of the critical path are the permitting, which drive the project, which are the Corps of Engineer wetland permitting and the conditional use permit. And so, we're optimistic, but that's why the schedule shows, a respect to the entire duration of those permits. Regardless, if they do come in early, obviously our project will get done early. But those durations for those permits can be lengthy, and so that's why the schedule reflects the date that it does.
Next slide, please. Saxton.
Fabricate and shop fabric structure drawings, that's quite a lengthy process. The shipping of the building, once it's confirmed where the windows and the doors are at, those are kind of the things that need to be moved with the manufacturer so they can fabricate it. But that's what determines the longest duration on our schedule. I believe that shows 50-day duration. That's probably our biggest feature of work that we look forward to really shaving that time down to help us meet the timeline. So we're working through those shop drawings. Once they get finalized, we look forward to probably shaving about 20 days off that.
Next slide, please.
SWIP, that's a stormwater pollution prevention planning and all the mitigation measures for working in projects such as this. When you disturb more of an acre, there's a lot of different steps you have to take, and all those measures are pretty standard, and we look forward to protecting the adjacent wetlands. So that's kind of running simultaneously with the wetland permitting. Those plans have to be in place. It is a lengthy process. We're working with Dowell on that, and they're helping us navigate the requirements of the conditional use permit. We're holding off on those ground disturbing activities to make sure that we comply with the permit requirements prior to construction.
Thank you, Saxton.
Actually, Ms. Johnson, if you could hold a moment. We do have a question from Mr. Dunbar, and I know the preference is not to take questions, but we are building up a bit of a list. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, and I know that you'd intended to have us not ask any substantive questions, but I think this is really important to stress before we get into public comment, because all the narrative leading up to this point is we need to have this facility so we can get out of the Sullivan Arena on June 30th. June 30th is the deadline. We have to rush this. We have to build this facility. We have to get this tent up by June 30th. That says we won't build out the interior until November 4th. So my question for the administration is, how will this building help us get out of the Sullivan Arena on June 30th if we don't have it even near completed until November 4th?
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
And I can talk to that. So I don't like the term tent, through the chair, Mr. Dunbar.
Sorry, this adult shelter.
Thank you. And so the next slide is actually going to be our interim plan because of that. Next slide, please. All right, so if we cannot accelerate the deadline, here is the interim plan. So I'm going to have Joe speak to this.
Thank you. As the slide shows, we have the guest house coming online, which will help decompress the Sullivan and other facilities. We envision the sockeye coming online and decompressing several locations that will allow some of those people to be relocated to those facilities, i.e. Brother Francis for one. We have the Aviator Hotel that currently has 20 vacant rooms, and we have 25 more available at that location. We've had 2 hotels offer us space hearing about our plan, and we are working on that program to bring that forward. We have some increased system capacity across the city. We've had offers, like we just referenced, Brother Francis, by decompressing that to the Sockeye Inn. We have Henry House. We have the annex that's the Salvation Army operation. We have opportunities to work with getting clients that are age appropriate to Covenant House, for instance. We have around veterans to decompress some of those folks from the Sullivan and our non-congregate site. We have the VA system. We have Chris Kyle if they're in need of those services in our veteran. And we have the Salvation Army also bringing a veteran facility online. We're also relying on our community partners for some of those additional placements back to the pre-pandemic levels that they had. And so we're working with all those planks on that piece to make sure that the shutdown of the Sullivan Arena doesn't result in anyone not having the services they need to survive properly in the MOA.
Thank you, Joe. Next slide. So to your point, Mr. Dunbar, yes, November is looking at the timeline. What we're doing in the interim does not negate a need for a navigation center or a low barrier shelter at this time. The November deadline, winter is coming, and we want to make sure that we have the resources built out before winter. Next slide, please.
And we will take questions before the public hearing, after the presentation.
All right. So we're going to walk through this slide about the sheltering license process and the public involvement. And so public involvement process through this whole plan with local and federal process is the conditional use permit, the wetlands permit, and then shelter licensing. And then as far as the facilitated work group and our plan moving forward, we're going to have regular press conferences, regular public informational and Q&A sessions, kind of like our listening sessions or like we are having. And then new dedicated website for all things homelessness. So right now on the muni.org webpage, you have the housing and homelessness button right at the top, and any of the documents that are here today you can see through that webpage. Next slide, please. All right, so this is the CUP process through code. So I'm going to have Adam Trombley walk us through both the CUP and the wetlands permit.
In regards to the conditional use permit, we are absolutely 100% following the requirements laid out in code. One of the challenges, or one of the things that has been mentioned by the public, is that we're circumventing the process in regards to the public site selection. The public site selection aspect of Title 21 is not required when a conditional use permit is required for a project. Laid out in code, the first step for any conditional use permit is an application for the conditional use permit has to be initiated by the owner. In this case, it'd be the MOA. Then there would be a pre-application conference, and that the applicant has to request that with the director, the planning director, in accordance with Title 21. Next, there's going to be a community meeting, and it says a community meeting is required in accordance with Title 21. But I want to mention that there's only one requirement, there's only one meeting required in code. We are having at least 4 meetings. We are going above and beyond when it comes to community meetings. Then the application is submitted to the director. Public notices will then go out. The department will review the application, the conditional use permit application, and in that application, all the questions are going to have to be addressed. Pedestrian traffic, vehicle traffic. It has to address potential challenges and effects on the surrounding neighborhoods and how those are going to be mitigated, among other things. The operation of the facility is going to have to be addressed in the conditional use permit application as well. Once it gets beyond that, the department will either recommend approval or not, and it will then go to the Planning and Zoning Commission. That Planning and Zoning Commission meeting is a public meeting. We'll accept public testimony, written, verbal, phone call, all of the above in person, and then they will make that determination on the conditional use permit. Conditional use permits stop at the Planning and Zoning Commission. They do not go to the Assembly. In regards to the wetlands permit, the area where the location where the navigation center is going has already been permitted for previous projects. The bus barn was one of them. I think and so that permit, the credits have already been used through the Army Corps. However, whenever even though the permit has been issued, it was issued for a previous project, so you have to go back to the Army Corps, and the Army Corps has to approve your modification. That permit has already been modified, I think, don't quote me, I think it's two or three times in the past for other projects that have never gone forward. So we're confident that the Army Corps will approve the modification, but at the end of the day, it is up to their discretion. That timeline is up to the Army Corps, but in conversations that we've had, they said anywhere from 2 to 4 months.
Thank you, Adam. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to read this, the long-term use of the facility. So in Section 3, the municipality commits to ending operations of the navigation center once the following has been achieved. At any point in time, the number of people experiencing sheltered or unsheltered homelessness will be no greater than the current monthly housing placement rate for people experiencing homelessness. This is functional zero. So the decision point for us is once the low barrier shelter side closed, does navigation center side still play a role in the overall homelessness response system? The administration's answer is yes, that the navigation center is an integral part of homelessness response network. Once the low barrier shelter closes, we will be redirecting to emergency preparedness response. As you know, the mayor is committed to food security in the city of Anchorage, and so emergency preparedness needs would be food security, water storage, emergency response for constituents experiencing emergency shelter needs as a result of a fire or an earthquake. After the very large earthquake, we saw what it did to people's homes, and if we have another earthquake of that size and a lot of people need a place to stay for 2-3 weeks, that's what we plan to operate as, not as a long-term shelter facility. Next slide, please. So the breakdown of costs. Next slide. So I'm actually going to have Saxton speak to the rough order of magnitude costs. Thank you.
All right. Working with our construction manager, Roger Hickle, we were able to determine this breakdown. And this breakdown really reflects the current design to date, which is what the Assembly and the administration agreed to with the 200 plus 130 occupants. And so that really is what drives the project and the cost. When you have so many people, including the staff working, it drives the need for so many bathrooms and all the and all the other key rooms and support structure, air handlers, heaters, all that. And so really, this is where we came up with the rough order of magnitude. And I expect that when our 35% design is completed, likely next week, that we will confirm a number close to this. Now, the changes that we'll see, all the comments, I haven't wrapped my head around all the comments, I put them all on the spreadsheet. They're coming into the architect and myself, and we consolidate them for the design team. Amenities such as what type of, say, toilet or shower or fixtures, all those type of things have costs, and they're higher end, there's lower end, and there's more durable, there's less durable. So those things, we have a good handle on what's going to work for the project. We're going to work with the stakeholders, those subject to change as we involve other entities and likely down the road an operator when that RFP and all that goes out. But I'm pretty proud of this estimate being more realistic and reflective of the 35% design.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So I'm going to speak to the rough order of internal costs. So with interior costs, we are estimating about $1.5 million. At this time, we do not plan to come to the Assembly. We are hoping with the current chatter that, and we have a few current offers from community partners to donate the FF&Es, and those are going to be essentials. And so I think we're encouraged that once this facility gets underway, that more community partners will come out and will continue to join to help furnish the interiors of the navigation center. We do not want to say that we will not need allocation, but we want to exhaust all options before requesting funding from the Assembly. Next slide, please. So operations, next slide.
All right, so first we're going to talk a little bit about community practice, and so I want to play this video that I think does a great job of explaining what this is.
Stephanie from the Knowledge Translation team, and I'm going to very briefly talk to you about communities of practice. So the first question you might have is, what is a community of practice? So this is a definition from someone named Etienne Wenger, and he is considered to be the father of communities of practice. So he informs all of the information that I'm sharing with you today. So he defines communities of practice as groups of people who share a concern or a passion for something they do, and they learn how to do it better as they interact regularly. And so there's some important distinctions of a community of practice that make it unique compared to other methods of gathering people together. The first is the domain. So a community of practice is not merely a club of friends or a network of connections between people. It has an identity that's defined by a shared domain of interest. And membership implies a commitment to that domain and therefore a shared competence, so to speak, that distinguishes members from other people. So it's different than, say, a network you may belong to where you don't know the other members. The second piece that makes it unique is the community. So in pursuing their interest in whatever the domain is that's bringing people together in this community of practice, members engage in joint activities, discussions, they help one another, they share information, they build relationships basically that enable them to learn from one another, and they care about their standing with each other as well. And the last piece that makes a community of practice unique is the fact that it's not merely a community of interest. It's not, for example, people who like certain kinds of movies. It's basically a community where the people who are a part of it are practitioners, is what we call them. They develop a shared repertoire of resources. They share experiences, they share stories, they share tools or even co-create tools, and they discuss ways of addressing reoccurring problems in their practice, and they share that experience together. And this takes sustained time and interaction to do. And lastly, what's the benefit of a community of practice? So here are some very top-level benefits, and of course there are more. But the first one is peer-to-peer learning, of bringing people together so that they can learn from one another in a space where they feel comfortable sharing their expertise and knowledge with one another. The second is that new relationships are developed. So you're bringing together people that might not otherwise have had the chance to get together and share their knowledge and experiences with one another. The third is innovative problem solving. So in a good community of practice where there's a sense of trust and security, people aren't afraid to be innovative and creative in their problem solving, and you can get some really cool ideas out of a group of people who are connecting as a community of practice. And lastly, there's also the opportunity for collaboration or partnership on projects for people who are in that community of practice together. So that's a whistle-stop tour of what a community of practice is, what are the things that make it different than the other ways that we may organize people, and what some of the benefits are. And I hope that was helpful.
All right. So just as a reminder, one of the commitments in the resolution is to join the community of practice that has been ongoing in Anchorage. Next slide, please. So emergency sheltering planning is defined in Code 16.120, and in particular, there's one section in code that talks about the activation of emergency shelter plan, and in particular we're talking about the emergency surge capacity, which I know has been a big item of interest. So there are three components here in municipal code. So first is that 45-degree, which we've talked about. A second is discretion of the mayor during declaration of a civil emergency. And then third, when the director determines in writing that a lack of available shelter options otherwise poses a danger to the life and health of unsheltered people within the municipality. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Gervais to speak to the administration intent, which is that bottom paragraph there.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. The administration intends to turn on all available emergency capacity throughout the municipality before activating the emergency surge capacity at the navigation center. and the community commits to not only filling that location, but all the locations before filling that location. So thank you for your time.
Thanks. Next slide, please. So sort of compared to the Sullivan and what we have going on, this site, Navigation Center, and the co-located low barrier shelter is smaller, planned to be safer, intentionally built, more opportunities for personal space and community, and meets the needs of the clients better. So some differences and lessons learned from the Sullivan. I think there's a general agreement that Sullivan Arena, we can no longer maintain that status quo, that we had to move on to something else, and I think that's what the hope of the Navigation Center and the co-located low barrier shelter is. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give sort of a sense of what these facilities actually look like, and in particular what a sprung shelter looks like. And so this is a quick tour of a navigation center in San Francisco. And we might be able to, I don't know if you gave a timestamp of when we can just forward through, but we can probably forward through some of the initial discussion stuff outside and then just go to the inside. There we go, right there.
Operate a little bit differently than traditional shelter. Access to our navigation centers like this one come through our coordinated entry system or through specialized outreach workers who engage with people who have been living on the streets, usually in the neighborhoods in close proximity to the navigation centers, so that they can come inside.
And so that's a matter of an outreach worker finds out that there is a person and reaches out to them, or how does that work?
Yeah, so our outreach programs are incredibly talented at making connections with people on the streets. And if you've been living outside for a long time, it takes a really long time to build that trust. And so we will reach out again and again and invite people indoors, and hopefully eventually they take us up on that offer and they can come into a navigation center.
Now talk to me about the integrated case management, which we're seeing in the way the space is built.
Yeah, so as you can see over here, you can see that our case managers are able, who work at St. Vincent de Paul Society, are able to really see into the space. They're moving through the milieu. It's not a separate and distinct function where a guest living here has to go find their case manager and have an appointment. It's a much more free-flowing experience.
They can just run into the case manager.
Absolutely. When they need something, they're available.
And how does that help move people out of homelessness?
Well, I think, a lot of what happens when people are outside for a really long time is that society turns away from them, and they are treated by those of us who are housed as less than human. And so navigation centers are all about rebuilding and helping to see people's humanity. Interacting, rebuilding trust day after day with a case manager is part of that process. In a really practical sense, you got to move quickly to get your documents together. You got to move quickly. We have to help you make to all your appointments so that when that housing becomes available, as we just met a couple in the navigation center, you're ready to go.
Now, talk about how this room, just the way that this room is designed and functions, adds to the humanity of living here.
Well, I hope you can see that how beautiful and spacious it is, how light it is. It's all about community space. It operates in a way, so some of our traditional shelters have more set meal times, more restrictions, smaller community spaces. And here, you can see over here, we have the 224 Lounge and Cafe, and people can get meals when they're hungry, just like you or I can at home from our refrigerator. And so it really focuses on building community here at the Navigation Center. There's built-in outdoor space. San Francisco has some really lovely weather, and so people can really benefit from the healing powers of the sunshine. It also means that they're less likely to need to be outside on the street around the navigation centers because, as you can see here, they have really beautiful spaces to make their own and to call home. And that's been really a really successful part of the design constructed by our partners at DPW. So here you're inside the dormitory space. You can see that people are able to sleep when they want to sleep and adjust and acclimate to living indoors.
And you said that sometimes people come in with a non-traditional sleep schedule and leave with a more traditional sleep schedule.
Yeah, our providers let us know that when you're sleeping outside for 5, 10, 15 years, you're sleeping when it's safe to sleep. And so when they come inside, sometimes people just need to sleep for days to let their systems reestablish themselves.
You have these cubicle walls here that sort of allows you to fit more beds here without making people feel like they're on top of each other?
Yeah, it does give some privacy. Again, of course, we really want people to be able to exit and be housed in their own space. But this is a good transition moment to that so that they can come in from the elements, be safe, sleep well, eat well, take care of their basic needs while they get ready for ending their homelessness.
Say it's so.
All right. Next slide, please. All right, so what we know about a navigation center, a navigation center must be welcoming and inviting, a place where people want to go to. It must be service enriched and have things for people to do, so the day engagement services are crucial. It must have amenities people are looking for to live their daily lives. It must be safe for the clients and the neighbors, and it must have a great operator. And so again, just wanted to reiterate that definition of a navigation center that's in the resolution. Next slide, please. All right, so we are pretty much at the end here. Next slide, please. So what we wanted to do here, one last short video, really to talk about the system, and I think this video does a good job of that, and then I think we will close from there, and as the chair said, take questions.
Can you imagine living in a community that has solved homelessness? A world where when an emergency arises, a person can get the support they need to remain in housing. And if they ever lose their home, they are moved into housing quickly by a system that knows them and what they need. Homelessness is rare, brief when it happens, and never becomes a way of life. The truth is, we don't have to just imagine it. In the Gulf Coast region of Mississippi, any veteran who becomes homeless is connected to housing within 30 days of identification. No one's left behind. And they aren't the only ones. Across the country, communities in Built for Zero are proving that homelessness is solvable. They do it by shifting their methodology and their mindset. First, they build a single team that is accountable for ending homelessness across the community. Who's responsible for ending homelessness in your community? The truth is, many stakeholders hold a piece of the solution, but no one has their eye on how the pieces fit together. In Built for Zero communities, everyone who serves the population works together to align their collective efforts behind a shared goal. Second, they commit to a shared aim of ending homelessness. Often, success for those working on homelessness is defined by how their individual programs perform. Built for Zero communities measure progress by whether they are collectively driving down the number of people experiencing homelessness. Their goal is to reach functional zero, a dynamic milestone that ensures homelessness stays rare and brief. Are fewer people experiencing homelessness than can be routinely housed? Once they reach functional zero for veterans or people experiencing chronic homelessness, they work to sustain it and scale that learning to the next population until their systems are built to end homelessness for all. Third, they know everyone experiencing homelessness by name and in real time. You can't solve a problem that you can't see, and homelessness is a dynamic problem that is constantly changing. But it's often tracked using an annual anonymous street count, which is just a snapshot. To end homelessness, a community needs a video. Built for Zero communities maintain by-name data on who's experiencing homelessness in real time. They understand not only every individual's needs, but the dynamics of the population as a whole. They know who is entering homelessness, who is actively experiencing it, and who is exiting it. That way, they can target where systems can be improved, test new ideas, and track whether their efforts are actually driving numbers down. Finally, they make data-driven targeted investments. Expanding housing resources is crucial, but many cities have dramatically done so without making a dent in homelessness. The reason? They never fix the housing system. Real-time data enables communities to secure and target housing resources to drive the greatest possible reductions in homelessness. Homelessness is a big and complex problem, but it's not too big or complex to be solved. While it affects those who experience it in the deepest way, it affects less than 1% of the population. Communities can build systems that continually eliminate it and ensure everyone has a place to call home and live with dignity. We can take steps together toward a future where homelessness being rare and brief is the norm, not the exception. Is your community a part of it?
All right, so yeah, I think that video sort of showcased, and I think a way in it better than I could verbalize of sort of what we have been building over the years in the municipality and are continuing to try to complement. And these various components in our mass care exit strategy, including the navigation center, are important to the overall homelessness response system within the municipality. With that, next slide, I think that is it.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, and thank you, Ms. Johnson. We'll go ahead and go through the queue with questions. Mr. Dunbar, do you want to start? Or Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Looks like Austin got in there first. I have a couple of questions. I'll just ask a couple and then probably have more. John, can I ask you, or someone with the administration can speak to this? We were talking about site selection, and you said that certain sites were eliminated for being too small. And I remember one of the first facilitated process meetings we had down at the election center, and I asked about this, and I wasn't on the facilitated process, but I was allowed to be in the room. And I said, are we looking for sites that can fit 100 or 150 people? And I was told then, I believe back then, this was back in, I don't know, was it October? I mean, this is a while ago. We were looking for a site that could fit 400. Am I misremembering that? What was the cutoff where a site was deemed too small? I don't know why I'm asking you. For the administration, what was the cutoff where a site was deemed too small to the facility on?
I'm through the chair, Mr. Dunbar. Unfortunately, I can't speak to this. Maybe Chris could speak to this. This is, or Mr. Weddleton. This was early on in the facilitated working group, and I was not a part of the group at that point. Sorry.
Do you?
Yeah, we did, we were looking, I mean, too small, we had some that couldn't handle 30 or 40 people. I mean, they were just really very, very small. But it wasn't just a look for, a low barrier shelter with navigation. We were also knowing there'd be components. So we were including like the Alaska Club, which we were thinking could have been a shelter. We were also looking at that, for, places that could be for, medically complex, and Alaska Club ranked fairly high on that, but it sold, before that really got any more traction.
Sure, but I'm thinking specifically of, there was that document you showed that had 5 sites only that sort of had been narrowed down to.
We narrowed it down.
And right. I actually looked at the kind of spreadsheet you gave us, and those were highlighted because they were, I think the term was mass care facilities. Mm-hmm. And so do you recall sort of what the number was where it was like, okay, this is large enough to fit our mass care facility, which is going to be this sprung structure? Or I guess it didn't have to be a sprung structure at that point. We could have built or used that warehouse, the Johnson's Tire, that kind of thing. Do you remember what the number was?
The number of
the capacity.
Occupants. It could be, I don't know, could you bring that list up on the screen, whoever's doing that? I forgot which ones they were. A lot of them got weeded out because they were just too far flung. They weren't near bus routes and things like that. Just too small. Zoning was bad.
So that's slides 43 and 44.
Do we have the slide that just breaks out I think we had 5 to 8 or something that rose to the top. Is there a slide for that? Oh, okay, sorry. But I think even one of those was the facility that the Salvation Army used on 48th near Old Seward Highway, so that was one that we looked at and we chose to move ahead on. So it wasn't just, at that point, I think the phrase mass care was, any use was mass care, because we're aligning the wording with what FEMA looks for.
But I don't think that the sockeye, for example, was in there. So somehow it was selected through was it a different process, or was it sort of an ancillary process that wasn't looking for the same thing?
Things became available over time. We spent 10 months on this, and certain things that we weren't aware of, then someone said, hey, I'll sell it to you. So there were contacts even after. This was a very extensive, they talk about a site plan selection or system. This was like site plan study to the max. But we got continuing people contacting us, and I think people are still looking. I think Michelle Brown, who's here, Bob Dole, and Robin Ward were continuing to work on it, and they were open to suggestions. It was very
I wish I could find it in this packet. I did mark it while we were going through here, but it was just a rush this afternoon.
Somewhere there's a top 5 or 8.
Yeah, here we go. So here are the top 5. Sullivan Arena, Denali, Johnson's Tire, Braga, 7-acre site, former Alaska Club, and then 2 sites at Tudor Elmore. So those strike me as very large facilities, right, for this specifically. So we were going to put this navigation center on a very large site. I mean, I think that's a fair characterization.
Well, yeah, and I think it shrunk over time as we got better grip on the numbers and as we had other opportunities came out. And that's why you see it's 200.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that.
Shrunk as we moved through.
Absolutely. It has shrunk, but the initial site selection was based on very large. And so we chose this site because we expected it to be a very large facility, and we didn't really consider, well, there could be a couple of smaller facilities that were, 100 people or 150 people. And of course, it wasn't this site. Where we're going now was actually not one of the original 5 sites, right? It was just next to it. The original site was going to be, 1,000 and 900, then I think 450 by the time you guys were working on it. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I have one other very specific question, though.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Can you go to the next slide, please?
Okay. Mr. Dunbar, through the chair, if one of the things that in this column where the first blue column is after that, the 5 premium sites, you'll notice the column says PLI or B3, and that was one of the other heavy deciders. You'll notice that those all are yeses, and that helped focus this group down. As you scan down that column, the first blue column there, it was that we were looking at the expediency around the proper zoning without a rezone also. It wasn't sheerly site size, it was that it was quickly able to be converted to the desired need without a full rezone or a change in zoning, sir.
Okay, the document I have, there's many sites here, and that column PLI B3 zone is blank. So, 814 Northern Lights, the old Matt made, it's blank. It doesn't say PLI or B3. I would guess it's B3. The Denina Center, that's kind of a far-fetched one, but JCP Furniture Warehouse, I would guess that's zone B3, but it's not on here. This column that I see in this document, it's all just blank.
Some of those were not available. They're just not for sale. Exactly. So we put them on there because looking at maps and driving around, and we put everything on there we could. And some simply weren't, like Matanuska Made Building. It's a very odd structure, but it also wasn't available. Same with the J.C. Penney.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay. So, all right. So really, availability shrunk things down. And then there was this other PLI versus B3, which Mr. Gerace just raised as like a major sorting tool. It's interesting though, like the Barrett Inn is on here, and it's not indicated whether it's available or whether it's B3 or PLI, but I know that we were actively pursuing it, so it must have been at least a little bit available. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have another question, not for you, John. Mr. Trombley, you had mentioned the wetland permit, and that could take 4 months. Have we submitted the documents to the Corps of Engineers yet?
In order to submit the documents, you have to have less than 35%. Am I correct on that, Saxton? And we just got that 2 weeks ago, so we were waiting on everything for the appropriation.
You're waiting on the appropriation, or you're waiting on kind of the design thing, and then you'll go forward with it?
Well, you can't, you have to submit when you're under 35%, and we just got that 2 weeks ago. So no, we have not submitted for the application yet.
Okay. But regardless of whether we go through this action tonight, you could submit that now. You do have the necessary documents?
No, we do not.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, a quick clarification on the Barrett.
Go ahead, Mr.
It had an
Constant.
offer at the time, and then the offer fell apart, and then it came back on the market when it began to be considered by us, and so many of these properties were in and out of flow in the time that we were in discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions for now. So the operating plan within the binder that I first saw this afternoon says that sobriety is not required in order to go to the navigation center, but I had heard in the past that it might be. Can you clarify that for me?
That is not a requirement. We accept the clients as they come, and that's one of the services would be if they were looking for support in that area, that would be one of the places we navigate them to, ma'am. But they
Okay.
do not need to be sober to use the facility.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Drace. I'm glad to hear that because as we've seen it with other facilities, often people can't become sober until they have a warm place to sleep, et cetera. So I appreciate that. I don't know what slide it was, but if maybe Ms. Johnson can help us get back to it. In the materials we have in the binder, there are, I counted 320 beds in the schematics, and in the updated one here, it's the exact same size. It appears you've just removed 120 beds to make it look like there would only be 200 there, but there's the same amount of space. So my question is, do you plan to make that space smaller since you're only having 200 beds as you've promised the Assembly?
Yeah, through the chair to Ms. Quinn Davidson. So in the initial schematics,
And it's slide 42.
thank you. Okay, so if you actually go back 2 slides. One more, sorry. A little jumbled. Okay, so this is the initial schematic. It does show every bed placed for surge capacity. So this is the 300 plus. So if you go to the next slide down, and then one more. So this is the working drawing, and then you can see that where the additional surge beds are, that would be the day living, like almost like a living room. And so when we committed to 200, and we're not going to go past 200 unless, you know, emergencies are turned on, that will be a day living facility. It's like a hangout. TVs are going to be there, couches. It's a place for people to, you know, live normal lives and hang out.
So may I follow up, Madam Chair? So prior to your, prior to saying it was only 200, there would have been no living room, but now you've added that feature.
No, so when we have the surge capacity, the drawing, the initial schematic just said in case of a fully full navigation center, this is what it would look like. That was always going to be a daytime living facility. Just the initial schematic showed the surge in beds.
Okay, so it's the same cost to the public, the quote that Mr. Scherer gave, I think was it almost 12 or almost 11 million? Almost 12?
11.9.
So just shy of 12 million. So that's the cost even for a regular just 200 bed shelter and navigation center.
Yes, ma'am, the size of the building would stay the same.
Okay, thank you. And then one final question, if I can, Madam Chair. I didn't see anything about operations costs.
And Ms. Frasca is here to speak on that.
Right now, we're estimating about 2.5 million for, if it was to open July 1st. So that means about a 5 million per year. But again, that is just a very rough estimate. We need to get the input in terms of the operations and the programming, et cetera, and then we'll be able to refine that budget based on what the operations will actually look like. So again, purely an estimate.
Okay, can I do a quick follow-up? What is your estimate of where those funds would come from?
My estimate? Well, in the
Your guess? Guesstimate, perhaps?
Yeah, in the ARPA proposal that we sent to the Assembly that will get introduced in a couple of weeks, we've included a request for funding in that bill.
Right, I remember that now,
Yeah.
for about 10 million, so that lines up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Cross?
Thank you, through the chair. My question also for the administration. Can you tell me and go into a little bit about, I know you said you're only about 35% through design, but my experience with low-income housing, probably one of the only people on this board who's actually done a walkthrough of low-income housing and a tenant walkthrough after they've moved out or seen what it's done to a building. I'm extremely concerned about the design standards going this because they need to be built like a tank. 10% of the individuals will do 90% of the damage, and it's a low barrier, which means if they're escorted out, they're allowed right back in the next day. Okay, and so the repeat offenders continue to do damage, and I'm looking at the taxpayers' money here and wondering what kind of design standards will be going into this to make sure we're not have to erect another one in 3 years.
Thanks for that question. That's a great question. I've been a landlord for 15 years, and I'm familiar with the formalities of checking out tenants, and I've been a part of building, apartment complexes. I've done a lot of the work myself, and I'm very sensitive to this as well. There's nothing worse than renovating your renovation. But I can speak to the durability of this design, and there's multiple facilities that our architect team has been a part of designing that are relevant as far as using durable products. I can't speak to the exact criteria, but I could certainly email you kind of our standards, our design criteria for durability. A lot of this will touch on the operational side with the operators on those formalities to how they will define entry and exit and the formalities of that. I know part of the programming that I've been a part of seeing is that, a file will follow a person that, will make us aware of do they need more oversight or not. But I would let Joe Geray speak to that part.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cross, through the chair, that is not a true statement to a degree. People are not automatically allowed to be back in. There's an entire process that we're working with the providers to make sure we get those folks a proper situation to meet their needs. So the idea that it's just going to be a open door where they come back, to your point, absolutely, it is purpose-built by people that are experienced in this kind of construction for this need. But there's going to be a provider network, just like there is at the Sullivan there's a set of rules, but to return, there's an actual, you can ask to come back in through a process. It is not automatic. We do care about the safety of the remaining clients and the workers. So that will be an integral part of this as we work out the operational plan. A plan to address those situations is absolutely part of it, and we're working with those historic partners that have experience in this area, some of which are in the room tonight, to make sure that we are meeting the client's needs while providing that oversight and protection for employees and clients.
If I may have a follow-up question. And I appreciate that. My conversations with security at the Sullivan Arena, maybe that was just during COVID, but that was not the case. That there was repeat offenders that were coming back and they were really struggling with law enforcement. So hopefully that's something that we learned from our failures and we can improve upon. But going back to, design standards, is it our intention then after this is built for however long it can stand, are we another permanent navigation center in a few years? Like what is because are we looking at this as a permanent structure? Because that is still not clear to me and I apologize. Or are we going to build another building in 7 years?
Through the chair to Mr. Cross. So this is a temporary shelter component, but a permanent navigation center site. So we're not going to be, once we reach functional zero, the shelter site will downturn and then we'll transition to food storage, water storage, housing for emergency use. There will not be people, once we reach functional zero, there will not be people like living at the facility.
And then it'll just become a warehouse. Okay.
Sir, to your point, the next step is unclear, but we do, for instance, have a need in this town for if we had a large apartment fire. One of the struggles we struggle as a municipality is to provide housing for those people because all of the rental units, being hotels, are busy during the summer. So we struggle if we have a large apartment fire, which has happened multiple times in the last 10 years. So having this facility, this is one possible use, and we would vet that as we went down that road, but that is a high need right now that we don't have a place where if we had to put 50 or 60 people on short notice, we're delivering them all over town, or we've commandeered rec centers in the last 5 years to use them as emergency shelters post that fire. This would ease up that stress on the community of being locked out of the Spenard Rec Center, or post-earthquake, we had entire apartment buildings that were no-goes, and we had to find a place, and it was, for instance, the Fairview Rec Center down in the basement piece. So this would alleviate that stress on the municipality and expand our response capability.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. And before we continue, I want to note that we do have representatives from Rasmussen and ACEH here available to answer questions, as well as Belinda Bro, one of the facilitators, who's on the phone. And then a quick response from Mr. Constant, who was part of the facilitation team as well.
And Mr. Cross, one of the promises of Sprung is that the building should last 30 years or more. And so, it's a promise, and you never know what the reality is going to be, but they do have a warranty that comes with the building. And so the idea of what goes there next, if in 6 years or something, do we have to build something new, the promised life of the building is far in excess of 7 years. I just want to make sure you knew that part of their promise.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I myself was a landlord for almost 25 years and have rented to people who had subsidized housing, and the damage they did was nowhere near comparable to the lady who had cats. I've got 4 questions here, and on the very first page where it says Navigation Center Project Update, and this is like after the 3 pages of maps. About halfway down there's F, and at the end of F3, it says the phrase, the possibility of future expansion. And I was wondering if someone wanted to address that phrase, where what future expansion? I thought we had decided on 30,000 square feet.
Mr. Peterson, through the chair, these are some older comments that were a combination of a bunch of project updates. The facility you see is the largest facility that could sit on that site that's the largest facility. That building is as large as it could be on that current site. You could not expand, sir.
Okay, just wanted to get that answered. And my next question, how long is the estimate to get the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation permit? We talked about the Corps of Engineers, but what about ADEC?
Through the chair, Mr. Peterson, our contractor, Roger Hickel, would submit an NOI, a notice of intent, to engage that process. And so that's once we have a clear, defined project with the notice to proceed. We technically have not agreed to a guaranteed maximum price, so we're looking at their pricing for all those definable features of work. And that would be one of the first things, of course, once we come to an agreement, but we are not there yet. Right now, we have them secured as a construction manager to negotiate this process, and right now, purchasing is negotiating with them for them as our general contractor, which is ongoing.
Okay. And in the drawings, you have a mezzanine, and I'm wondering what's the planned use of the mezzanine?
No occupancy, administrative storage, it's in the air, comments are being fielded. I'll let Joe Gerace finish that up.
Thank you, sir. A lot of the clients come with a lot of materials as their entire life, and while we don't allow it to be on the floor to prevent clutter and quick escape from the floor, they do have quite a lot of things, and we need a lot of space to store that, as we've learned from operating the Sullivan. Sometimes they come with 10 totes worth of stuff, and we don't want to make them have to sort that, so we want to be able to provide a safe storage place away from the other clients so it doesn't get picked through.
Okay, and one last question, and this is kind of counterintuitive. It says the construction manager to expand budget to create future savings. I wonder if you could explain that, please.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Peterson. The CMGC process allows us to negotiate the features of work as prior to commitment. So we'll call them work packages, or if anyone's built a house, you ask the bank for a draw because you want to start your framing. You ask the bank for a draw because you want to order your appliances. We call them work packages, work package 1, 2, and 3, and that's how we're going to really help define the money that we allocate to the contractor to move forward. Pretty much individualized notice to proceeds. If we can find efficiencies, reduce costs in materials, I know Mr. Welton's been great to find potential bedding, dividing walls, those type of things, which would significantly reduce the costs of FF&E. So we're really looking, at those kind of cost savings. I know Meg Zolotel's been great too, great ideas, and so the flexibility of CMGC allows us to take advantage of some of these cost savings through the duration of the project. When we see them, we can take advantage of them and reduce our costs. We are not locked in with the contractor until we give them that work package, that draw with a notice to proceed. And until then, we have that flexibility to find efficiencies and reduce costs.
Okay, so you're hoping that the proper design will allow to provide additional savings?
Can you say that again, please?
So you're hoping that a proper design will allow possible future savings?
I think that goes back to that old saying, proper planning prevents. But I do, yes. And then there's lots of other reasons to be optimistic about potential donations and other surplus items too, and property that the muni owns. So we're excited about those opportunities, but again, want to be realistic until those present themselves.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. We'll go next to Mr. Salt, and then I'll go to Mr. Perez-Verdia, and then back to Mr. Dunbar.
So quick question on security. When I go by the Sullivan, I see a lot of the clients out, loitering in neighborhood areas, leaning on neighborhood fences. So how do we handle when the clients from the navigation center are outside the center to protect them as well as the community in which the center is located?
Mr. Salt, through the chair, we have engaged a landscape architect, for instance, to make the facility user-friendly and help abate some of that current situation you see at the Sullivan, which wasn't, design-built for that. So we've engaged, it just as an example, in a landscape architect to make sure that we have a plan on site to help with that exact situation based on the Sullivan.
Okay, and then one more question, if I may, just around the interim plan is, what is the cost of the interim plan? Is that accounted for?
Sir, that would be hard to put a number on this exact second because, as you're probably well aware, we have several groups moving to locate people to permanent supportive housing, workforce housing, and several plans in the air. It's really hard to answer that right now, but it'll be significantly less than operating the Sullivan as a mass care, congregate site and the non-congregate site. So moving people to permanent supportive housing, workforce housing will have a direct effect to reduce the expense to the city.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. And so I will continue to go to members who haven't yet been in the queue. Next is Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. I heard someone say earlier, related to the day center, that it was like a living area, and I'm curious operationally if the day area is exclusively for the use of the people who are staying in the shelter, or if it is a place where anyone can come during the day and not necessarily be associated with the shelter portion.
Through the chair, I'm going to have Ms. Meg Zolotel come up and speak on behalf of ACEH.
Hi, Meg Zolotel, Interim Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. If you see the slide up here, these are my notes that I provided to the design team. And that part that is blocked out with heavy marker, the idea is to open that space up. So there was a video shown earlier, so where the entrance comes in, it's open. You have that ability to have reception. There is still space to be. And then there's also in that secured area in the dormitory side of things, also additional open area for day engagement. So you have it on both sides. So you have the drop-in side, and then you have the side for the individuals who are staying there.
I see. So there's living space for the people who are staying there, and then this day area. So is it a requirement to engage in navigation or in connection with them in order to go and just be there and warm up and get something to drink and eat? And what I'm trying to get to is there are folks that don't want to engage at this point in navigation services or in shelter services, but would really love to go get a cup of coffee and have a warm place to go and maybe see their friend and feel comfortable. Is that the intention?
Absolutely, that's best practice, because it may take several encounters with individuals. It may be just knowing this is a safe place and kind of engaging where the person is at over and over. It'd be great if we have robust outreach attached to this, and outreach workers are seen in there from time to time, familiar faces that are associated with being out in the community, but also in this place. It has to be a safe and welcoming space to meet people where they're at.
Great. Thank you very much. And then my second question, I think it was brought up in the presentation, but I'd just like further clarification about the apparent time gap between when we see the Sullivan closing and when this is open. And I guess I'd just like to hear an answer about what the plan is for that, and where they're going, how we're going to make sure that everyone has a place to be between those two periods of time.
Thank you, sir. If we could get the clerk to pull that slide up. I'll start answering those. So there's a two-part answer to that question, sir. One, we are looking at, once this is approved, we will have an expedited timeline. So that's our worst-case scenario planning for the timeline. We'll be looking for an accelerated timeline with the contractor. The second part, as the slide is going to show here, sir, we have multiple pieces to the interim plan, which is obviously the first and best choice is a housing. And then the second piece is going to be 55. Yeah. The second piece is going to be, I think it's 55 we're looking for. The second piece is going to be that we have other hotels that have volunteered space. We have additional capacity at current facilities. So when it comes up here, there you go. And as we start decompressing, like a great example would be as we activate the sockeye, not we, as the sockeye is activated, that would create space that may accommodate some people down at the old Brother Francis. So the same thing here, as the annex comes online from the Salvation Army, that would decompress. So it's not it's a multi-pronged attack here. It is not to street people. Clearly, I want to say that is not the intention. The intention is to get them to the right facility for them, and it's sort of the run-up to the current navigation center discussion.
So, are we? This is a work session? Yeah. So we can just speak directly. Or it's a special meeting.
It's a special meeting, but we're kind of having a little bit of a work session, and so it's fine to direct questions to others.
I appreciate that. So I appreciate this slide. It does tell me that we could put everyone in the Sullivan somewhere now. I guess that's one of the questions is that we have the capacity to empty the Sullivan at this point, if this is true, and I guess I just love to hear a response to that, and then yeah, maybe I'd like to hear a response to that first, and then I'll have one last question.
Excellent. It's an excellent question, and the slide doesn't actually say that, sir. The next slide actually says we still need a NAV center. And I think one of the great points around a NAV center is take someone that maybe has a substance abuse issue. They might need to go to detox, return to the NAV center, then go to a long-term treatment or a treatment facility, return, then get some assistance, staying in the dormitory side of this building, stay there until they find workforce supportive housing. So it is not a one and done facility, so people will be entering the system and returning to it. The system currently couldn't because, for instance, we have many people that need substance abuse treatment, and that's not one of the things you see up there. We have some veterans substance abuse in partnership with Chris Kyle, but they don't take just general public. So integral to this system is the overarching community of practice, because there is on this list is no substance abuse directly named.
Yeah, okay. Just one last quick comment, and it helps me mentally to separate that the navigation center isn't the shelter. And that, so when we say we need the nav center, I absolutely agree. We need a navigation center. I mean, that's not a doubt in my mind. The question is if these are really actually three separate facilities in some ways. It's a navigation, it's a day center, and it's an emergency shelter. So it's in many ways it's three very separate things, and it's helpful for me to think about those separately. And then to your point earlier that at some point we may not need this emergency shelter because we don't need the beds anymore. I don't see the fact that we would, I think we would need a navigation center and probably need a day center for a long, long time. So thank you. Those are my comments and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have quite a bit of concern, and I'm not really sure where I'm going to, well, I'll go ahead and start. So we have the guest house that is going to be developed. We also have the sockeye that's going to be developed. We have a navigation center, and the success rate of a navigation center is 14% versus a community first village that they have in Austin, Texas, which is about 86%. The reason the Austin community first village is successful is because they enter being sober and they pay rent. So for me, I'm struggling with cost, success rate, and I'm also struggling with the fact that we haven't developed the Golden Lion into a rehabilitation center, and there are people within the community of where this is being developed, district, I guess it would still be district, well it's 4, but Northeast District of Anchorage that are opposed. So I don't know if the administration wants to address any of my concerns or how we're going to guarantee this is going to be a success. As far as saying in 2 years, tens of millions of dollars we'll spend operating this and developing it, to turn it into a food or water storage, to me is irrelevant. We all have basements. We're in Alaska. We've succeeded. And I don't think that's something that would sell me on a navigation system or center. You can address it or not.
Through the chair to Ms. Allard, I'm going to bring up Meg at ACH to talk about success of navigation centers. As far as people basements, we saw, especially in Eagle River, where you and I both live, that houses came crumbling down and nobody could live in their basement. So this would also be a shelter, an emergency shelter for 100 people that lose their house in an earthquake. Thank you. Meg.
Through the chair to Ms. Allard. So navigation centers usually are dealing with folks who are chronic and who have been unsheltered the longest, and that's partly reflected in that success rate in certain navigation centers. Housing first, though, where we house individuals and they get that lease, that lock on the door, they actually are more likely to take advantage of the types of services that I'm hearing you want them to potentially take advantage of, substance misuse treatment. It's much easier to take advantage of those services when you have a safe, secure place to be. And on the hierarchy, there's unsheltered, being out on the street, there's being in a congregate shelter, there's non-congregate shelter, and there's a place to call your own. And so that's a significant difference. And then anyone who's entering into something where you already have to be sober, the success rate is likely higher, but that barrier to get in is also higher. And then finally, substance misuse treatment is going to be a key piece to the success of anything that is turned on. I don't think there's any dispute that that's a huge piece of the continuum. Basically, the corollary piece that we want to work with the homeless prevention response system. We need robust behavioral health services. We need robust substance misuse services. We need robust access to medical care. These are individuals who have complex needs, and we need to have all the services available to address them.
Thank you. I still have a question for you, Meg, but I would like to follow up. We have the Alaska Center, we have school gyms, and we have other facilities to store food or other issues. As far as the Navigation Center and the success rate, wouldn't you say the Navigation Center is still as what we were trying to push forward with the Alaska Club?
So
as far as it being kind of like a day room where people can feel comfortable? Because we have the sockeye coming, we have the guest house, that's housing first.
Absolutely. Well, the sockeye is a complex care shelter, so it is not yet housing. It is, though, important to meet those folks where they're at because they're on a longer trajectory to housing because they're often waiting for something like a Medicaid waiver or an assisted living placement. However, meeting them with specialized care for their needs will make them much more likely to be successful in housing. Navigation centers are, really there's only been one provider that's done it and done it well in Anchorage, and that's the Covenant House. The Covenant House has done it for youth and then up to adults to age 25. Right now we're working on our first single adult navigation center, and that's at 3rd Avenue in the old Beans building, but it's not online yet. And so this would be the second one. And as we look at models around the country, the success of a navigation center is different than we've ever imagined shelter, and this is why we want to look to the Covenant House, because they do this. It is a welcoming place. You don't have to stay, but it is a resource-intense environment, and it is very focused on getting someone comfortable, engaged, and then move to housing.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I could, Meg, I still have a couple of more questions for you. So with the Navigation Center, I'm still on the fence on that. And another reason why is because when you look at the Gospel Rescue Mission, they allow individuals to come in, but they have to remain sober. And then they can go into housing and they have accountability. They don't have enough space for everybody who wants to come in there and be sober, drug-free, and participate. So I'm really struggling with it. But as far as the success rate, we use San Francisco as an example. San Francisco's navigation centers are only 14% successful. So I'm not really sure if we're just not helping people and just kind of running them through without solving the issues. And that's my concern, because we should have opened up the Golden Lion already for a rehabilitation center, and we haven't done that. And maybe if that comes forward, then perhaps we can actually move forward with helping individuals instead of just, a better use of word, probably storing them and pushing them out of sight. And that's not what I want. And I know my community doesn't want that.
So in response to that, I would say, you look at the system, so the homeless prevention response system. I should bring a graphic, like a poster board, because you're going to keep me seeing me do this, because it's a spectrum of services from prevention to housing. Within that spectrum, there's room for low barrier shelter, there's room for navigation centers, and there's room for higher barrier shelters like the Anchorage Gospel Rescue Mission. Our job at the coalition is to support the entire spectrum of services and ensure there's capacity to meet the need. So what we want to do is help all the services that are necessary to get to functional zero within that homeless prevention response system. So there's room for all three, but I do agree that without those companion services of behavioral health and substance misuse, it makes the challenge of meeting the needs within the homeless prevention response system much, much harder, and it definitely keeps the success rate lower. And I don't know to what extent that San Francisco is having some of the issues we're having around behavioral health and substance misuse.
Thank you. And then I just have one final comment. So maybe people don't know, but I used to work at the domiciliary for the VA with the homeless veterans. And I will tell you their success rate was because it was a high barrier. And they had accountability, they had a sign in and sign out. And that is one thing that I don't believe we have a solid force with in the Anchorage municipality, is a high barrier where the same as the domiciliary. And the success rate there is outstanding. Yes, you're going to still have people that can't succeed at it, and we do see them come back 6 months later. But this is something I think we need to reevaluate instead of making the Navigation Center a housing first, that we really want to see people succeed. And I think that making it housing first at the low barrier, it could actually jeopardize
I think
our
that
mission.
the VA domiciliary has all of the things we're talking about. It has the full system built in because it is through the Veterans Administration. We could only be so fortunate to have that for those who aren't veterans. And that is really the model and what we're trying to build. But we have to have a place of entry. Without a place of entry and a welcoming place of entry, we won't get people off the streets. We work through robust outreach right now, developing those relationships, but we are told, I don't want to go to the Sullivan Arena, or I've had a bad experience in congregate shelter. So we have to have a way to build relationships both on the streets with individuals who are unsheltered, have a place we can meet them when they're ready to come in, or just offer them a place to live. That's housing first. So then once they have that home, they can start to be comfortable and address the issues that you've raised.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And I just want to note, I'm hoping we can wrap up the question portion by 7:30 and then maybe address the process issues that Mr. Dunbar and Ms. Allard raised earlier as far as how we want to proceed. So I'll go next to Mr. Dunbar and then Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't have slide numbers, but I have questions based on a couple of slides. So the slide related to the FFEs, can we pull that one up? Actually, could you go one slide before this? Okay, here it says interior build out 3.15 million, and then the next slide, it's 1.5 million for FFEs. So is that part of the interior build out, or is this in addition to the interior build out?
In addition.
Okay.
Interior build out, all the infrastructure, air handlers, equipment, HVAC. FF&E is furniture, feature and equipment, TVs, couches, the cots, the beds, the partition walls, the finishings.
Okay. So the facility then, I mean, I think most folks think of F&Es as part of the facility. So it's more like this is where at 13.4 million, but we're hoping to get charity or other maybe for-profit corporations to donate the 1.5.
There's certainly reasons to be optimistic with the entities that have reached out to us, multiple entities. It's been inspiring to see how many people want to be involved, how many different entities. There's also some MOA equipment assets that we could reallocate, stuff coming from the Sullivan potentially. But yes, there's optimism there.
Okay. So could we go to the slide that talks about the time frame to build 52.
And through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, before we leave that point, I would just like to respectfully disagree a little bit that, you know, when you build your home and you're building out your home, the structure of your home, you know, the bank wouldn't furnish the furnishings, you know, all the, you know, interior stuff is usually typically separate, and FF&E is, there's a clear line of delineation between, you know, the infrastructure and the amenities.
I agree with that insofar as the sort of the home analogy. I don't think that fits for a public facility. You know, when we build this building, for example, we take into account the things that fill the building because it all comes from the same pot of money. You know, when we build a computer lab, we build the building and we also take into account the cost of the computers inside. So I think there's I just think it's a little bit different when we're thinking about total cost of a project.
No, understood. And respectfully, one of my last most recent relevant projects was the Bethel Hospital project, which was $322 million. And just the FF&E alone was $26 million. And I specifically project managed the FF&E for that project. And that was everything from meeting with doctors about what kind of surgical lamps to the actual utensils and tooling that they needed. So it was a clear delineation. Maybe it was because it was such a massive project, but I'll turn it over to Joe Gerace as well.
And respectfully, sir, one of the things we haven't looked at is as we send out the RFPs for the internal services, for instance, we may not need to provide any kitchen equipment at all because whoever bids that may have all the serving stuff or the warming trays and all this, the platters to eat off of. So we're really hopeful that that process will further discover this. And then, so that would be the first piece to see if we can meet it through the RFP. The second would be that then we get those community donations. And the last option, like we've talked about, would be to come to you and ask, and that would only be for the stuff we were only not able to obtain through all those other processes.
Thank you. Can we go to the next slide, actually? Not this one, but the next one. Next one. Sorry. Okay. So, we have heard very frequently that we have to be out of the Sullivan Arena by June 30th. That's why we have to work very hard to build this structure as soon as possible. I think as earlier as this week, I heard, I can't remember if it was the mayor or one of the other members of the administration basically say, I can't remember if it was the mayor's report or the listening session, but we have to get out of the Sullivan Arena by June 30th, and that's why we need to get this navigation center. That's why we have to build out this project. And so my question to the administration is, this is the first time I've seen this timeline. How long have you known this fact here, this September 7th through November 4th? How long have you known this?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, I would say 2 weeks.
Sorry, I have one more question, if that's all right, Madam Chair. So can we go back to the interim plan? I think it's the next slide. Yeah. Oh, so I think that Mr. Perez-Rodilla was driving at this point, but, we have decided, or the administration has decided, that we must get out of the Sullivan Arena on June 30th, and this facility that we are being asked to fund tonight won't be available till the end of November. And so how are we going to deal with that? And what this says is that we can deal with it with existing facilities. It doesn't mean we couldn't have better facilities or we don't need a navigation center going forward. But it says that we could deal with the emergency right now with the existing facilities. And then, we all know that the actual solution to this problem is housing, right? And so we received from the community, the Anchorage Community Coalition and Homelessness, some pro formas about where people will be housed. And I don't think they're all up on there. Maybe they are. Ms. Zolotel, could you speak to that? So are the pro formas all reflected here? And then could you speak a little bit about the cost? So what would it cost us, instead of using $13 million or $11.9 million to build this large facility in the next however many number of months, if we use that money instead to do hotel conversions or other kind of housing, I mean, would that be enough to cover your pro formas? And we can do this, and then at the end of the day, we'd have housing instead of this emergency shelter.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. So one of the pro formas you received was for the operations of the guest house when it turns, so once the purchase is concluded, those units will turn into leased units. It is a housing opportunity. The other two pro formas I sent, one was when we were contemplating, so they were somewhat illustrative. One is for when we were contemplating turning on the Barrett and what that would look like. And then the other is for a 150-unit hotel that I'm aware of that has full efficiencies. So that means there are kitchenettes in the units. And what was meant to be demonstrated by those was how the rents kind of shift based on the type of room available, because we use Alaska Housing Finance Corporation's classifications of rooms. So there are single room occupancies, which is what you think of typically like a hotel room, but there needs to be a small kitchenette or a communal kitchen. And then there are efficiencies or a 0 bedroom, and we can use vouchers for those, emergency housing vouchers, and the rate differs for the fair market rate for rent. And so what those pro formas were meant to demonstrate is when we charge rents through rental assistance or other means to pay it, it mostly covers the cost of operating the facilities, including, I believe those pro formas all had built in a 20% maintenance and operations set aside. And the reason being, when we talked to providers, as we started to talk about hotel conversions, they all said, we don't want these buildings because we never have money if the roof blows off. And so we wanted to build that into the pro forma. You will see there's an operating deficit in each one of them, ranging from in the $400,000 range to the $500,000 range. But there is HUD funding available for that through either something like HOME, which is a program under HUD, Community Development Block Grant. And so there's just generally more operational dollars for housing, because housing is the end solution.
So we heard today from the administration a rough estimate that this facility, the adult shelter, would cost about $5 million a year, although they're asking for $10 million of ARPA funds, so I assume that's 2 years worth. So $5 million a year to operate. With $5 million, could you cover the operating, if the municipality kicked in $5 million, could that cover the operating deficits for all of the housing projects you're describing?
Yes, because each year annually the housing deficit cost was between $400,000 and $500,000 depending on the type of unit, the rent allowed to be charged, and then whatever the potential set-asides and the operating costs would be. So what we have, everyone keeps using the term rough order of magnitude. I would say we're a little bit more refined than a rough order of magnitude, but they're still estimates.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to speak briefly to the conversation that happened prior about sober living environments. And I would offer that that is a missing piece in our plan, that there should be some framework to address places where people who want to cultivate sober living can go to and live and find an environment that works. Not strict, of course. Anybody who knows individuals who struggle with addiction will fall down even if they're sober. But I think that that's, for the future, something that we should be contemplating adding to the mix, because it is an important asset in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. As the right and left sides of my brain battle with this, the biggest thing is I hear a lot of it's not Sullivan Arena and it's safer than the Sullivan Arena, which is a pretty low bar to achieve. Anything is better than that if you do your research. But I'm looking at, in my experience, hastily spent money in the hands of government is rarely done well. When we set a definitive date out there, it kind of reminds me of the withdrawal of Afghanistan, and we'd leave $83 billion in the desert. So my question has to do with this. It's my understanding we only had 2 bids. So if we were building a school, how much time, help me compare it to a normal project. If we were building a school, how much time would we have had? And then how many bids would you anticipate of having? What is the risk that we are wildly overspending because time frames are so narrow? Can we compare that to a larger government project? How many people participate? Kind of give a reference so that we're not just burning money.
This is anything but. The money could not be used more practical than it's being used right now. And just for an example, this project has the benefit of professional services. Architects and engineers with successful past performance. And in defense of those that were involved in this project, and including yourselves that were involved in this project prior to this project push, that project and those efforts did not have the engineering team that we have now. So benefiting from these people with local ties with their resumes of medical educational facilities bring a lot to the table. We're utilizing term contracts, so we're exercising the work fast. To get more direct to your question, yes, we only received 2 bids through the RFP process, and that part of that was to cure the process, to make sure that we were fair when we put it out. It was very thorough in the way that, and it was very, it was, the information's publicly available on Purchasing's website, the RFP that went out. I don't think I'm allowed, Rochelle's not here to step on my foot about talking about the numbers and those, but I'm sure at one point that will come out. And believe me, to have Roger Hickel on as opposed to the alternative, and as it related to the scoring criteria, how they were selected, how the committee selected them, again, they met successful past performance, they met the pricing requirements, and were a best value. And some of those projects, like you're referencing, yes, you get low bid, but you also know what you get with low bid. This project gets the best of both worlds, successful past performance and best value. And I think we're definitely utilizing the public dollars. Myself as a taxpayer, I'm pretty proud of how the money's been spent thus far.
So just to follow up, if I may. So you're confident, given more time to get bids, you couldn't have got a better deal?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Cross, your quote, "Hastily spent money is rarely spent well," these are good words, and I will keep them. And I just would point back to the beginning of this process in July. And we had a proposal that was put before us that started at $7 million, and then escalated to $14 million, and then it was $21 million, and then it was like, wait, we still don't have stuff for the inside. Where is this going to end? And so the reaction by this body was to say, no, wait a minute, until we understand what's going on, we're not moving. And so that may inform some of the historic conversation you watched as you move towards your campaign and election to this body.
I would agree that's part of the reason I'm here.
Right, and so for us, the concern is, I think, or many of us at least, very similar, that any approach to this has to make sense financially. Otherwise, we break what we use the limited resources we have in a way that breaks the opportunity going forward, and we fail, and that is not an option here. So your words are well received.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple questions. Most of mine have been answered. And thank you all very much for the presentation and for the information, to the members of the facilitation and the administration and all the partners here too. I very much appreciate this. So first question, when we talk about capacity, is the shelter capacity different from the navigation center capacity, different from the day shelter capacity? For example, what I mean is if it's capped at 200, is that just for those individuals who are staying there, or would that mean more people would be able to come and go or hang out in the day center? Just for clarification, thanks.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Meg Zolotel to come up.
Ms. LaFrance, the day component on the navigation center side is meant to let people come and go and not require staying. The day component on the shelter side, which is usually a little bit more secure, it's also attached to the sleeping area and where the main hygiene facilities are, that is for those guests who are staying night overnight. It doesn't preclude them from going and using the navigation center, but then you have that ability to control the flow about who's coming in, not who, but that they've been screened for any potentially something dangerous. They've gone through an intake. We know they're there because that's one of the things we want to do. You saw the presentation today about functional zero and the by name list. Anchorage has a by name list, so we want to know where people are going. So if you're going to go and stay the night, we want to make sure we are doing a coordinated entry assessment. We are tracking where you're at so we can offer you services and hopefully housing as soon as we find you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just to speak to the concern that was coming from is people, want to know like how many people are likely to be there during the day. If there are people who are in the shelter, but then coming also for the day use, will you end up with 400 people? And my second question actually has to do with the lifespan of the structure, and I didn't realize it presumably has a 30-year lifespan. And I also appreciate that the navigation center piece would remain. That makes sense. And I know that even though there are other navigation centers in town, the need is there. So the question I have has to do, and it's been raised by other members, about the operations funding, because I believe that success of the program, clearly will require adequate and ongoing funding, but also a reliable funding stream. And I have a concern about general government funds, taxes being used to pay operating costs if there are shortcomings and gaps. And I know it was mentioned that $10 million from ARPA would fund the facility, the shelter piece and the navigation portion for 2 years. And so if there's a shift then just to the navigation center part, do you have an estimated cost for operating that piece?
To the chair, Ms. LaFrance, not yet, but I've got a list I'm developing of potential sources, and there are certainly CDBG grants as a possibility. There's some alcohol proceeds that might be available to use this. You currently budget those in the health department. So it may end up being a multiple pronged approach as to how the funding goes forward. But again, based on program needs, then establish what the budget is to achieve that, and then we'll be on the hunt.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. And I see Mr. Perez-Verdia
Real
is
quick.
in the queue. Go ahead.
Your question prompted a question for me. What would be the approximate capacity of the day center? So the day center, that not the living area of the residents, but the day center that people could drop in.
I'm going to have Meg come on up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I don't know the answer to that. That's
Right.
going to be a building code question.
Yeah, that's what I would assume, because there's a square footage there, and there would be a approximate number of people that fire code would allow in that space at one time. Any based on that square footage, what that would be?
I know fire code kind of dictates the occupancy, and so that would drive that. But are you looking for the overall square footage of just the sleeping area?
No, yeah, just that drop-in area that people can be in. If you looked at that square footage, I know you probably can't give me exact, but based on your experience in other facilities and that sort of thing, what do you think the approximate maximum capacity of that space would be?
I couldn't speak to that exact square footage, but I know especially with Meg's comments, she has some great comments about being welcoming, clear line of sight, half walls, so people didn't feel confined. A lot of those changes, the architect actually is changing the last current layout, as you saw with those office rooms, to really accommodate some of the really good ideas and the best practices. So it'll be our first rendition of seeing those comments that Meg had made to be welcoming, getting rid of hard corners, curved walls.
Sure.
It to be big and welcoming and not confining. Yeah. So to be continued.
Yeah, that would be a really, really important question to get back to us as soon as you can, because is it 10? Is it 20? Is it 100? That's a pretty important piece, because if you think about this welcoming place where people can come and they can get a cup of coffee and they can sit down and they can be warm and they can talk to somebody, but if it maxes out at 30 or 40, it's not going to be very effective. And so that's something to consider in terms of this design.
Right. Well, there's a square footage identification on the drawing near those rooms, I think, when you can zoom in and pull it up potentially, but all subject to change with comments that are coming in. I'll let Joe Gerace speak on this as well.
I'm going to take over really quick. Are you, just for clarification purposes so I can get an answer to your question, are you talking about the initial entryway, or are you talking about the protected day space behind?
Yeah, I'm not talking about the protected day space that's the people that are staying there. I'm not talking about that.
You're talking about the initial entry?
Yeah,
Okay.
what I'm thinking of is, I'm thinking is that this vision of having a place to drop in, that's a welcoming place that people can just drop in and like I said, get something to eat, that sort of thing. That my vision was that would be a rather large place, that it could accommodate, especially in the wintertime, quite a few people who just want to come and get warm and stop there. But based on the design, I don't have any sense of that. And if it was too small, then it wouldn't be that vision that I think we're hearing. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I don't see any other members in the queue. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia, you bring up an interesting question that wasn't asked. We have conversations about 200 with 330 max and in surge capacity. We have discussions and an amendment that proposes to shift the slider down a number. The question I would have for the designers and the planners over there is, if a decision was made to slide the number down, then could the space be utilized more effectively for a robust day engagement process?
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay, I don't see any other members in the queue right now, and we're over 2.5 hours into our meeting, and I just want to pause, and if members would like to take up the question of process in terms of how to proceed, I would like to take a break at some point, but do you want to have the process question discussion now? And you can nod heads. I'm just kind of polling people, or Mr. Dunbar, you're putting yourself in the queue, I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a little bit conflicted. On the one hand, I'd like us to take public testimony tonight before we take any kind of break. On the other, they're 35% design or a little bit less than that, but there are quite detailed schematics in here that we've never seen before that just got put online that I doubt many people that are going to be commenting have had the chance to look at. We also learned today that we've been operating under this assumption until we got this packet that this facility was somehow going to be constructed by June 30th. Now that was always, I think everybody kind of intuitively understood that was nonsense, but that was what we were being told. And so we had to really go forward. We had to have a special meeting tonight. We couldn't wait and do this on May 10th. But now we realize that actually, no, the process is much more drawn out. It's the end of November, probably, when this facility will be operating. So, the necessity to push forward tonight with all this new information the public hasn't had a chance to comment on or review and get to a vote tonight, to me, seems less pressing now that we know that the timeframe is actually all the way out to the end of the year, and we have an interim plan to actually house the people in the Sullivan Arena, totally unconnected to what they're going to do at Tudor and Elmore. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I would like to take a small break before public hearing, just so I can collect my notes and reorganize my thoughts, because we had a lot and there was some really good questions, and my stuff looks like chicken scratch right now. So if I can get a set, I can be in a better position to serve the public. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and agree with Kevin on that. I need to digest all this information, and I think it's fair that if I could digest it, maybe the public needs to digest it a little bit, and then take a small break, go through my chicken scratch and my notes as well, and then look forward to hearing from the public.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. So if we take a 20-minute break now? Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. And I know, and I've heard the feedback from people that we never come back when we say 20 minutes, but I promise we'll set a timer. Thank you. So we'll take a break. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started here. So before we left for the break, we had a brief discussion about process, and I will go ahead and proceed with reading 4A into the record and opening public testimony on that item. Unless there are any objections from members, we'll go ahead and do that now. We now have before us item 4A, resolution number AR 2022-111, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating not to exceed $4,900,000 within the area-wide general capital improvement project SIP Fund 401800 previously appropriated on AO 2020-99 as amended for property acquisition and appropriating not to exceed $1,300,000 of alcoholic beverages retail sales tax fund 206000 fund balance as a transfer and appropriating said transfer and appropriating $2 million as a restricted contribution all to the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund 401800 maintenance and operations department to be used for construction of an adult shelter and or navigation center. Public testimony on this item is now open. If you would like to testify, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your community council or the area of the municipality in which you live. Welcome.
I'm Lieutenant Colonel Doug Tollerud with the Salvation Army, and I want to say thank you for taking on this topic, because for 39 years it's been my business as a Salvation Army officer in many cities. When I left in 2011, we had over 400 beds of Salvation Army, and I think I shared with many of you before that we're now down to 200. For the want of a little bit of community support money-wise, the Army had chose to close a few of those programs, as well as with some of the economic factors surrounding it. We want to repurpose those buildings, and we want to be part of the solution to the problem once again. And so we have the opportunity to, you've seen a few of the buildings, to reopen those buildings, and we are in the process of getting resources from the state to rebuild those buildings that were affected by the earthquake. You've heard a little bit of excitement that's taking place. Clitheroe Center, we've been operating for over 50 years, and yes, it is out on the west end. Through that, I just moved a bunch of boxes of the Salvation Army with over 10,000 individuals who have navigated through our programs to, say, full employment, if you will, and into recovery. The Salvation Army came to Alaska in 1898, so we've been operating here for a number of years. And so in that, I just shared that we want to be part of the solution. I thank you for the time that you're putting into this. I thank you for the efforts, and I think together we're going to make it happen. McKinnell House, by the way, is a 16-apartment unit that transitions families in the community that was built 15 years ago with the help of the community, over $20 million in resources. In that, just this year, we have processed over 400 families through that into permanent housing. So I want you to think about that. 400 families are now in permanent housing that have transitioned through that 16-apartment unit this year. I want to make sure I get the numbers right with Denise. It's 400, well, however many it was. I'm the next level up from the people doing the work. But we are excited about that. And that was in partnership with other agencies that actually provided the housing. So in that, I want to say we want to be a part of the solution. We want to come alongside. We want to work together. And by the way, McKinnell House is not funded by public money, but we do get a little over $100,000 in ESG money from there. So just to share with that with our community partners that many wonderful things are done even without government money. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, would you come back, please? I've got 2 members in the queue. Mr. Dunbar is first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions. Thank you. Good to see you again. When do you think those, so we have a implementation status update here from this month, and your organization is mentioned, the 68 beds are mentioned. When do you think those will come online?
We are working on them now. The annex, by the way, we're going to be transferring the women from Clitheroe West to the annex, which will allow us to have another 15 treatment beds. So we're excited about that. We're working on the Clitheroe East, which is over off of 20th Street, and we're looking at a 3.1 program there, which will be treatment beds, 30 beds there. And then when we get the new beams in the 661, which we figure is about 6 months, if we're lucky. We're hoping to get that done. That'll be 65 beds that will go there. So that's what we have in the queue for this year. By the end of this, by December 30th or whatever, we should be adding another 100 beds to our program.
I'm sorry, though, I didn't catch the answer to the 68 beds because of the repaired earthquake damage. When will those beds actually be available?
Our deadline would be December 30th, so we hope to get it done before the end of the year. Hopefully we can get it done sooner, but contractors and everything that takes place, we have a few of them in the queue, but we're waiting for the money to fall.
And yeah, so we in this update, it says, there's a statement that says, other potential Salvation Army locations are also being discussed for return to service. So from that, I assume that is reference to those other facilities you just said. And so I can sort of infer from the fact that you're looking at those other facilities, that even with those 68 beds, there's still a need, you think there's still a need, still a demand for additional substance abuse or substance misuse treatment facilities?
Yes, if we take an analysis of the folk that come to us through the Sullivan Arena, they're very, very complicated, those cases. And so they are going to need some long-term support, which Clitheroe Outpatient does and a few of the other ones do as well. We've got great services in town. But you're right, we
need more beds.
The navigation center to navigate them through the variety of services that are out there that our nonprofits are doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for your service. And it's magnificent that you're here. My question is more of like a chicken and egg question. And that is, in your experience, it's a balance between beds and treatment is what I'm hearing. And so right now, where do you think our priority should lay? Should it be on beds or should it be on advancing treatment? I mean, you can't really pick one or the other. They go simultaneously, but where is there a greater need and where should we be hyper-focusing if you had to pick between one or the other?
Well, we're a great supporter of the Navigation Center because we need the point of contact. You need multiple points of contact in order to convince our fellow citizens that they need treatment and they need help. By providing a place to get them off the streets and that cup of hot coffee, that kind word, a warm facility, it's giving us points of contact and to build the trust that is needed to take them from point A to point B into these treatment beds. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Thank you for your testimony. And I want to note we had one person sign up for phone testimony, but that person has withdrawn. So we'll just have in-person testimony tonight. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jason Delozier. So I had a testimony written, but after all this information, 293 pages, this extensive packaged for the Navigation Center, which I have never seen. This would have been nice on Monday. I have 14 questions. And as a friend who's a doctor of psychologist texted me one of her questions, and she did comment that if this was her dissertation, she would have been laughed at. So, and her question is, for the substance use treatment, will there be a contingency management plan for that? Meaning for substance use treatment, vouchers for token economy for sobriety. And then also she added, where will staffing come from when we already have a shortage of medical behavioral professionals in Alaska? And where will the funding come from if we have plenty of open positions in the state for all of those that are currently unable to get providers? My follow-on questions to that, what is the plan for individuals that enter the Navigation Center and who do not wish to engage in the support and just seek shelter only? What will the process be to help them? want to engage in services. Number 3, how many case managers will be needed? Do you guys know that at this point? So the municipality of Anchorage, also with the veterans tracking system, so homes, does the municipality or are they seeking to recreate the homes program to track homeless that are coming in and out of the navigation center? Number 5, if the project is not complete by the set date, I kind of missed this, what beds are currently available with the VA and Chris Kyle and / Arctic Recovery Center? Because to my knowledge, the Joint Commission has stopped all care with the Arctic Recovery. Number 7, why not break up the population that was written in today's ADN article and break those 3 populations up to couples, those with elderly caregivers, and then single adults, because then that to me would be 150 beds, a couple more centers. Let's see here, I'm not going to get through all this. Landlord, if you have a screening for the facility, does that not have, that does not line with the definition of low barrier? So the definition of what you said as far as the screening process coming in, that doesn't fit the definition of low barrier. I'll send you the rest. Thank you.
Hold on, sir, please. We've got Ms. Allard in the queue, and that would be great if you would email us your questions. Ms. Allard?
Yeah, I want those questions. Thank you. A lot of those were mine, too, that I had questions about. But are you familiar with the sockeye and the guest house?
Yes, I've been tracking what has been going on there. And before, I do know a few individuals that were unhoused that were residing there before it was purchased and have since been moved elsewhere for the refit process.
Just a quick follow-up. I think your questions, too, are relevant to the sockeye and the guest house, too. We need to ask those all the way across.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Hi, my name is Jessica Parks. I live in District 5. Some of the questions I have also, I could email them, but I'm not sure of the timing in terms of you guys seeing them and then the decision-making process that's happening. But I have a lot of questions about the interim plan that was unveiled today around the timing of this particular navigation center and shelter opening. As of the census last night, between congregate and non-congregate care, there are 605 individuals sheltered in those facilities. I, in that interim plan, did not see 605 beds. I'm wondering what the barrier, whether or not any of those will be low barrier for that interim time frame. If those are not low barrier, what the plan is for low barrier shelter. I am wondering how they will be counted. Will they be counted as shelter? Will they be counted as transitional housing? Will they just be counted as hotels? How does that play into the camp abatement plan? And will you be abating camps if there is room at any of these interim facilities, or will those be counted separately from our shelter capacity for purposes of camp abatement? All right, that's it for questions. I do just want to also share that I feel like the largest need right now is in detox. If we're going to talk about treatment or we're going to talk about anything like that in terms of navigation, I think that there is a huge need for walk-in detox centers here in Anchorage. It is very difficult when someone has to wait for a detox spot. You really need to meet someone where they're at, especially in their recovery. So when they are ready for detox, if they can't get into detox, you're going to lose them. And you just have to cross your fingers that there's an open bed the next time they're ready for detox. And I can also testify that there is an amazing cup of coffee with the Salvation Army, so I suggest you contract with them for your coffee.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe, Ms. Allard, you were in the queue?
I am. You said Ms. Parker? Parks. Ms. Parks, Madam Chair, if you could just allow me to, may I answer one of her questions?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So I had the same question you did about the abatement. if we don't have enough beds in the municipality, then we can't enforce the abatement, which worries me, because if we have a high threshold of individuals on the street, you are going to look at a lot of individuals all over our neighborhoods. So as far as the interim plan, yeah, we have to reevaluate that. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm definitely less concerned about seeing them and more concerned that they are getting the
That's what I,
services
yeah,
that they
I
need.
apologize. Right, the care that they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got two more members actually in the queue, Mr. Dunbar and then Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Parks, you might not know the answer to this question, but I'm curious. It sounds like you have some experience with the provider side of detox. Do you know of any opportunities that we could pursue where we could expand detox programs or purchase or subsidize facilities to do that?
So I don't know as much about that side of things, but I can say that I think that the level of detox that is necessary requires some special certifications that I don't know if we have that capacity in Anchorage right now. I do think that that capacity exists and the capacity to build, or the opportunity to build that capacity exists, but I think we would need some technical assistance on how to build that type of service.
Does the Ernie Turner Center have the kind of capacity you're talking about?
Yes, that they do walk-in detox.
Okay.
Now, whether or not they have though they do not,
Well, they moved way out of town, right? So they can't do walk-in.
They do, but they have no capacity.
yeah, it was more of that. If they had the resources to expand, I suppose they would have that capacity, but not existing right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Cross?
No, thank you, Ms. Parks. You brought up some excellent questions. And you spoke briefly, but I'd love to a little bit know more about, you seem obviously well-informed. Do you speak to a little bit to your background and your experience so I could take notes?
So I'm providing this testimony and feedback as myself, but I am the Housing Operations Director at Rural Cap and also the Advisory Council Chair for the Anchorage Continuum of Care, which is the homeless prevention and response system.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Welcome.
Hi, Roger Branson. I'm a long-term mental health advocate out of Eagle River. And in the last few years, I've picked up a few more titles. Advisory board for the Homeless Prevention and Response System, which is the advisory side of the Anchorage Coalition in Homelessness. The KHMLAS advisory board, which is the statewide database. And we're working with the other COC, Alaska statewide, to get good, usable data. And I was a little frustrated a little earlier to hear Mr. Scheer speak on proper planning, preventing problems. And the role that I enjoy the most is the House Resource Advocacy Council. I'm co-chair on that, and we are the consumers in the streets. We are the voice for them, and we bring them in to talk about what works and doesn't work. And Mr. Mayor, a year ago, you introduced us to a gentleman named John Morris. The Houseless Resource Advocacy Council invested great deals of time in trying to educate him and teach him what it is that we need and how we can work with him to create better systems. And that is our goal. We want to heal. We want to move on. But then there was Dave D'Amato, and we went through the same routine with him. And now, Mr. Scheer, are you going to last longer than John Morris? Are you going to last longer than Dave D'Amato? I see you shaking your head, but it's been like 2 minutes
Sorry.
since you were introduced. So I'm sorry if I'm attacking. I'll back off now. But it's very frustrating as a user group to be systematically excluded and ignored and thrown to the side. Why none of our nominees made it on the Houseless Lived Experience Advisory Board, or why that whole effort to bring the voice of the people being served to the table in a legitimate way, has been so violated. And we talk about proper planning. I took personal offense to that because that's all we have been trying to do. So, Mr. Mayor, who do we deal with? Who do we deal with? John Morris ain't around anymore. Dave D'Amato's not around anymore.
Madam Chair, point of
We moved
order.
different people through the different offices. It's changed over and over
Hold
again.
on, sir. Just one moment. I've paused your time. What rule do you believe has been broken?
I don't think that Mr. Branson is sticking to the topic, and he's literally going after individuals who no longer work for the administration, and I just don't think that's appropriate in this conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I took Mr. Branson's comments to be related to this process and wanting to be involved, but you have about 20 seconds. Is there anything else, Mr. Branson, you want to add?
Yeah, I would like to add that those people were presented to us as legitimate people to hear our voice, to hear our concerns, to share with us on our journeys. And, you know, if somebody else is going to be introduced to that capacity, that maybe a sitting board member or sitting assembly member who's looking at another election and leaving, you know. So, you know, we get left behind all the time as the homeless, as the ones in need of health care, and it's very frustrating. I appreciate all the work this assembly has done.
Testimony. I've got someone in the administration, I believe. Mr. Gerace?
Thank you. To your question, Mr. Scheer is not the replacement for Mr. D'Amato. Terrence Shanigan, who's on the houseless lived experience, is the replacement for Dave D'Amato. So he would be the division manager for human services at the health department. He was here earlier and he's not here now, but I'll be glad to introduce you if you just reach out.
Can you share with me how many times the Houseless Lived Experience Advisory Board has met?
I don't believe they've met at all yet.
I don't believe they have either because
right, it's
it was
a startup.
Mr. Constant is in the queue. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just a thought for the administration now that you raised that your director of the Human Services Division is sitting on that commission. It might be an idea to rethink that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council or area of the muni in which you live.
Hi, I'm Andrew Gray, and I'm Campbell Park Community Council. My first question is based on the video about the sprung structures, talking about the light, the natural light, and the importance of good sleep. I'm not speaking for the Community Council. I'm so sorry. I'm just speaking for myself. And my question is did they take Alaska into effect with that? Will there be skylights over the sleeping areas, and will that be conducive to sleep in the summer? And if not, have they talked about blinds for skylights in the sleeping area? Number two, I want to do a big thank you to Assemblymember Allard for bringing up the substance misuse treatment facility at the Golden Lion. I think that is something that is very needed, and I thank her for bringing that up. I want to thank Assemblymember Dunbar for drawing attention to that gap between June 30th and November 30th. And based on a previous testifier saying that there were 605 beds, I wasn't tracking that, but that the administration saying that they had a plan where they would be able to take care of all those people that would be leaving the Sullivan prior to needing the shelter on November 30th, which I think the implied message is that maybe we don't need the shelter at Elmore and Tudor. And that brings me to my final point, which is that I think if you're just going to have a navigation center, whether it be because we've reached functional zero and we don't need that shelter anymore, or we don't need the shelter in the first place because we can take care of it at June 30th without the shelter, I don't think that the edge of far north Bicentennial is the best place to place your navigation center. I would think someplace more centrally located, maybe around Diamond Mall area, maybe someplace where people already are who might need these services and might be closer to the services that they need. And so that's what I'd like. I guess my last minute, I'll say I suggest no shelter at Elmore and Tudor and place your navigation center in a more central location. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Gray. Ms. Allard is in the queue. Ms. Allard?
Mr. Gray, I have a question for you. I don't like the functional zero because I don't believe that's obtainable. And if we're going to open
I agree.
If we're going to open a navigation center, I don't believe that people within a certain category of living and lifestyle, it's going to go away. Would you be open to the Navigation Center not having a functional zero? Allowing it to continue to operate so that we can continue
so my
to
understanding is the
help?
Navigation Center would go on forever, but the shelter would go away at functional zero.
Right.
And so would I be comfortable having a shelter at Elmore and Tudor that would last forever?
No.
Okay.
A shelter to help the homeless.
Yes, I'm all about a shelter.
With the functional zero going away.
I would, but I really want a cap. I'm not comfortable with 330. I think it's too high.
I think we have it at 150 and then emergency.
150 plus 50 is fantastic.
Yeah, I know, we have an amendment coming forward. Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
My name is Garrett Spargo. I'm with the university area. In the listening session on Monday, we heard heartfelt statements about the need to engage with the unhoused with compassion and care, and I fully agree. The individuals we're serving have complex problems and are worthy of the community's compassionate support. And I say this as someone who raised 2 kids near the Sullivan before it was a shelter, who watched the number of camps increase and the property crime increase. I had a lot of negative experiences, culminating with a fairly traumatic experience of my wife. 2 unhoused criminals chasing down my wife, grabbing her and threatening to do really horrible things to her. She got away. Regardless of if someone's down on their luck, struggling with mental health illness or substance use, recidivism, let's compassionately invest in meeting their needs properly, effectively, and fully. So let's talk about the surge capacity. I appreciate the clarification on what activates it. Focusing on the 45-degree temperature requirement, this means this 200-bed shelter will effectively be in 330-bed emergency surge mode for 7 to 8 months out of the year. If we are designing for a lower census, but spending most of the year operating at a surge level, we will be creating overcrowded or inefficient facilities by design. Let's talk about the size a bit. Code calls for a maximum bed count of 150 for shelters, I believe. If we follow code, that would lead to us building multiple smaller shelters rather than a so-called mega shelter. This proposal is effectively for twice what code calls for, and I haven't heard a clear reason why a variance should be granted, especially at a time where, based on the implementation status update, some of the places like Brother Francis and Gospel Rescue Mission would be reducing their bed count to what might be a more manageable size. Let's learn from the past, follow code, and let's build at most 150 bed shelters and get rid of the idea of surging their capacity. Not 150 and 50, not 150, just 150 beds full stop. Now, in the listening session, some other folks also called for smaller shelters, and there were some interesting responses to those community requests. First was a claim that a request for a smaller shelter was a request to put those people out on the street. That is a false binary. We also want shelter for those people, just in another smaller facility. The second argument was that, well, if we start asking for smaller shelters, we're going to have 20 tiny shelters with all of the inefficiencies therein. Again, that is not what we're asking for. We're asking for 2 shelters sized appropriately. Now, I am actually a perennial optimist, and I'm struggling to see how we get to functional zero in 2 years. If we can get there so quickly, let's invest in running 250-bed shelters. After all, it will only be for 2 years. Think of that as a short-term investment with huge dividends. If we cannot get to functional zero in that time, this model I proposed gives us the option of reducing operations to a single, efficient 150-bed facility, or if it doesn't go away and we're at the same spot we're at now, we're more effectively set up to handle 300 individuals in the long term. I'm about out of time here, but I want to know what the cause is of this June 30th deadline that's pushing us to approve it literally the day that we're getting meaningful information on it. Let's do this right, not just fast. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, Irene Queetnow, District 3. I have a very basic request. I try to keep up with things, but it's hard, and we got today, while we were already here at the meeting, all this information was posted online, and you can, it's very hard to read on a phone, and I would really like to have time to look at that information that was posted. That's what the public process is for. And then I am able to testify better. If you allow me, I will give you another example of that. This is not something that's specific to this situation. When we had the redistricting going on, you know, we started with some maps and there were 3 public hearings, and if you testified at the first public hearing, and then there were changes and amendments, and then by the second meeting, the maps had changed so drastically that I would have liked to testify again, but you can't because the rules say you can only testify once. And so I feel we're in a similar situation here. You know, you get public testimony based on what we have known until now, and then there is this dump of information during this meeting, and we can't even read it in time to then adjust our testimony and testify to the new information. So I would request that you would consider postponing voting on it and maybe giving people the opportunity to read the documents and then better be able to testify. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
My name is Sarah Taylor, Sarataylor. I live in scenic foothills, Chugach Foothills, where Muldoon turns into Tudor. I just want to say that I'm extremely grateful to this group and to everybody who's worked so hard and so thoughtfully for selecting our community as a possible future place for this refuge and as a place possibly for a long-term emergency management staging area, which I'm very grateful that we have the land and the zoning to be able to accommodate something like that. And I look forward to celebrating its success. I also would like to say, I heard earlier that the importance of having a good operator of this facility, and I think that that's extremely important. And I noticed that or at least I heard that the RFP for that would be late in the construction phase, and I just want to see if maybe it'd be possible to look for an operator now so that that person can participate in the actual construction and some of the design elements. What I appreciate most about our neighborhood is the fact that it does have a lot of trees and naturalness, and I think that that provides a nice refuge, but I would also encourage you to think about navigation more literally in terms of pedestrian crossings over some of our major thoroughfares. I think that's really important, and I would be happy to support and come back and support creating more pedestrian bridges. Thank you very much for your time and all your work.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Rivera. Is there a second?
Second.
And Mr. Rivera, was that the S version?
Yes, thank you. Yes, Madam Chair.
So a motion to approve the S version has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Rivera?
I'm not going to speak right now because I think we're going to be probably going into a different discussion here in a second.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar?
Perhaps, well, I was going to ask Mr. Rivera, perhaps is the different discussion he's describing. Wouldn't you want to pass the resolution first?
Yeah, that's true. I think we had envisioned resolution first, then the appropriation. So yeah, I am fine with doing that.
I don't believe the resolution is a public hearing item, so someone can make a motion to take it up now if they wanted to.
Sure. Yeah, Madam Chair, may I? Yeah. So I move to approve resolution number AR 2022-146. Second.
A motion to approve AR 2022-146. Oh, I'm sorry. Your motion is to change the order of the day?
Oh, sure. If that's what's needed, then that is my motion, to take up that item right now.
Okay. So a motion has been made to change the order of the day to take up item 5A, AR 2022-146. It's been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera, do you want to speak to that motion to change the order of the day?
I think it makes more logical sense for us to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day to take up item 5A now. Is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, the order of the day has been changed, and we will take up item 5A, resolution number AR 2022-146, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly and Mayor's Office regarding the proposed navigation center and low barrier shelter at Tudor and Elmore and time limiting the proposal. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
A second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thanks. So I would like to propose some amendments here, and I'm going to do my best to just verbally state them. And I'll repeat it twice if the clerk needs that. So the amendments are on page 2, line 10, to strike through navigation center and replace with emergency shelter. And then next amendment would do the same thing on page 2, line 44, strike navigation center and replace with emergency shelter. Then let's just do that one first, and then I'll do my second amendment after.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. So the amendment proposed is on page 2 of the resolution on line 10 to strike navigation center and replace it with emergency shelter. And then also on the same page on line 44 to strike navigation center and replace it with emergency shelter. Is that correct, Mr. Rivera?
Correct.
Thank you. Going through the queue, Ms. Allard? Did you want to speak?
No, madam.
Do you
No,
want to
Madam
stay in
Chair.
the queue for the main motion?
Yep, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Dunbar on the amendment?
Oh, can I speak to the amendment briefly?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize there was more. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. So this amendment is just meant to get the resolution in line with the discussion that we've had of, there are very distinct pieces to this facility and this site. There's the navigation center, and it's co-located with an emergency low barrier shelter. So I think it's important that we use the right terminology here so that the community is aware and the administration is aware of the intent here. So that's what this amendment proposes to do. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar on the amendment?
No, I appreciate it. I think what Mr. Rivera is acknowledging is that the emergency shelter might go away, according to this, but the navigation center is intended to be permanent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Presverdia on the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm not opposed to this amendment, but I want to speak to it in the idea.
I think you need to change
The
microphones.
mics. How's it now? Does it sound okay? No? It's so weird how you can't hear your own problem. So what I was trying to say was that I'm not necessarily opposed to this amendment, but it strikes a concern that until today, the whole thing was a navigation center. And then today, it became two things. It became navigation center and shelter. And then at some point in the meeting, it became three things, a day center also, and we're not distinguishing that. And so what I'm concerned about is unless we put that in writing very clearly and distinguish this amount of square foot is this amount of square foot is that, and we label those things and make decisions based on those very clear distinctions, then this can all move around. And my understanding is that the day center, not the day center for the residents, but the drop-in center is approximately 9,000 square feet. That's a large space that, that can be used in a variety of ways, and we haven't really said how it's going to be used exactly. We've talked a little bit about a vision of that. But so I think that this amendment leads me to be a little concerned about the fact that the day that we're going to make the vote on this, we are changing the distinguishing parts of this, and I want to make sure that those things are very clear to us and to the public as we move forward in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. I'll continue through the queue on the amendment. Mr. Rivera.
If you can go ahead and go to Mayor Bronson, I'll go after. Thanks.
Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair to Mr. Cameron Perez-Verdilla, just looking at the drawing, I actually misspoke earlier to you today. It's actually half of the 9,000, so it's 4,495 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, I want to address two things. One is sort of the idea of, at least sort of speaking for myself, that the navigation center might be permanent. The slides were actually quite clear that I believe it is the administration's perspective, but the facilitated process hasn't actually had a chance to talk about the possible or permanency or length for the navigation center and what sort of outcomes we're looking for there and what might lead to the navigation center no longer being needed in our community. So I think the idea of a sort of permanent navigation center is really still up in the air. And then I want to see if, just to get a better sense of this idea of navigation center co-located with a low-barrier shelter with the day engagement piece, if maybe the coalition could help sort of tease out those three ideas.
Mr. Rivera,
Thanks.
if I might, I'm in the queue, and could I add a pre-question to kind of load that up, because I'm not thinking the same vein.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
I think that we're making distinctions where they don't exist, that the services happen at the same place where the beds happen, at the same place where you don't kick them out in the day. And so I think there's a different way of thinking about it, that we're suddenly walking down this road to create subdivisions that don't actually exist in practice, at least in other navigation centers that I know of. So I'd love to have the conversation about how to think about that. Thank you.
Okay, so I think there are options. So there are definitely San Francisco and San Diego, the low barrier shelter is always attached to navigation. Often the dormitory is in a separate tensile structure from the services array, but it doesn't really matter. They're on the same campus. It's how 3rd Avenue is envisioned. It is how Covenant House works. In Portland, however, there's a robust navigation center that is only day services. Clients can still get showers, a meal, store their stuff, and engage in case management. So I believe you can build it however you want, but there are salient features to a navigation center day engagement. I would use those two terms interchangeably to make it effective. And that does take a certain amount of space in order to engage people, have the services you need there. But remember, some individuals will remain more static there. They'll be comfortable there. They will use the services, and then they may not stay if it's co-located with shelter. However, you're going to see a much more flow in and out of that type of facility. People are going to come. Maybe they have an appointment with a case manager, or maybe they just want something to eat. They may start by just engaging a little bit and build that relationship over time. So I wouldn't get too hung up in The definitions, other than you definitely have a shelter where people stay, and you need to define what kind of requirements are going to be in that shelter. High barrier, low barrier, something in between. And then you have the engagement piece, the navigation side.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Alatel. So, yeah, so I just wanted to address, because I think this is sort of turning into a little bit of a hydra when I don't think in reality it is. I think it is two very distinct things, and certainly, you know, in facilitation, that's one of the things that we wanted to make sure is get a clear idea of what this is, and if this is one thing or if this is two things. And in reality, it is two things. There's some sort of mix of the two, but this is two things. And that's why I think this amendment is particularly important, because what I don't want to have happen is us to, you know, possibly prematurely close a navigation center when it might actually be quite helpful to continue it. Those are all discussions to have. So I think having that distinction in the language, I think, is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant, and then Ms. Allard on the amendment. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thanks. I just think that, I'm fine with the amendment. I think it's just a semantic issue. Practically speaking, the services that are needed are a place for people to be that's safe, that they're willing to go to, that's safe for the neighborhood, that doesn't push them out into the streets at some arbitrary time, like when the sun comes up, or in Alaska at 7 in the morning, winter, summer, or because it's 45 degrees. Rather, it's a place where there is some certainty and organization and resources available. And so I'm fine supporting the amendment, but I warn us not to, or caution us not to, as Mr. Rivera used the term, create a hydra where really there's just really a singular concept at play here.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in order for me to kind of move forward with this whole navigation center, I have a story. And I know Meg we talked about the domiciliary, but there was a point in 2013 where we actually reached functional zero. And if we had to follow that, the domiciliary would be closed. I don't want that in there. And I'm going to ask that we strike Section 1. And the reason why is the homeless issue isn't going to go away. And I don't want to put something to a closure in 2 years, which we know is not going to happen. But putting functional zero in there, if we work hard enough as a community, as a municipality, we could achieve it. And I'm worried that we would take folks a month later that actually need the navigation center. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to amend the amendment, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
So where it says Section 1, the municipality commits to achieving the goals of Housing First and Functional Zero within 2 years from the date construction is to complete and the navigation center is fully operational. I would like to, give me a second.
Ms. Allard, are you wanting to change anything with the amendment that's up, or are you doing a complete?
I can have Dean write it up, and then I could bring the amendment forward, but otherwise I want to strike a few words.
It sounds like it's a completely different amendment, so let's go ahead and dispense with the amendment on the floor, then we'll come back to you for that amendment.
Sounds great. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. So I have Mr. Dunbar in the queue for the main motion, or do you want to speak on this amendment?
I have, you know what, I'll speak on the main motion once we're through this amendment.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and take you out for now because I suspect we'll be taking up a few amendments, and it might be a little bit before we get to the main motion.
I have an amendment after this amendment, but I can't offer it to work back to the main motion, so please leave me in the queue.
Oh, sorry, go ahead and put yourself back in, sorry. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue on the amendment, members may proceed to vote on Rivera Amendment, page 2, line 10, and line 44 to replace the terms navigation center with emergency shelter.
We can vote on things, though. It's nice.
Mr. Salt?
I'll vote yes.
It's fine. We're past that principle. John threw that.
The amendment passes 10-0. So I had told Ms. Allard we would go back to her amendment
Oh, okay.
next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Dean handed something out, and I actually told him not to, so please disregard the amendment that just came forward. But I wanted to strike out first and functional zero. Well, no, we could leave on section 1 of Mr. Rivera's amendment. It says the municipality commits for achieving. I just think we could strike section 1. Unless you want to move it to Mr. Rivera, do you want to leave in the municipality commits to achieving the goals of housing first, period?
And is there a second on the amendment before we?
What's the amendment?
Okay. Right now, the amendment is to strike section 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a second to that amendment?
I'll second that for discussion purposes.
Seconded by Mr. Peterson. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Yeah, like I had explained before, we at the domiciliary actually achieved that goal. And I think it's a risk that we leave it in there. And for me to be on board with the navigation center, I'm not going to be able to vote for it if we have a functional zero within there. So I would ask to strike section 1 completely.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. So I will go through the queue on this amendment. Mr. Dunbar, do you want in on this amendment?
No, thank you,
comment?
Madam Chair.
Okay, I will leave you in the queue. Mr. Constant on Ms. Allard's amendment? Okay. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I do oppose this amendment, in particular because the goals of housing first are critical. I mean, we've adopted housing first as a municipality, and when we adopted Anchored Home, by way of that, we've adopted housing first. And then functional zero, I think is that part of this resolution, from my perspective and from the perspective that we talked about it in facilitated process, really provides a vision and a goal and a pathway for us to really do some extensive work with the coalition and our community partners over the next couple of years. And it's frankly something that we have lacked. So I would like to ask the coalition to come up and talk about the importance of functional zero.
Mr. Rivera, so yes, functional zero is important. We are a built for zero community in Anchorage, and the goal is to reach functional zero. We already have a by name list, and we achieved that in 2020. So if you think about the gap analysis, which you've all seen, that identifies we need more shelter beds, we need more housing. As you increase housing, the need will naturally reduce to a certain number of shelter beds. We have an outsized gap in shelter beds because we have had a continual deficit in housing. So if you keep the focus on housing and try to achieve functional zero, then your investments will be in housing. If you focus on simply having status quo, you will never reduce the need for additional shelter. That's not to say you don't need adequate shelter while you work to achieve functional zero. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole point of this resolution is to, sorry, not a follow-up, but just a comment. Sorry. Whole point of this resolution is to provide that vision, is to say, while we sort of build up this system, we need to look at building up our supports for housing. And I've said it in the Housing and Homelessness Committee, like, we're going to be focusing on housing here, folks. And what this resolution does is sort of concretely say we're going to be focusing on housing, and that's going to help us to achieve functional zero. So I think it's a critical component of this, and I don't think we should take it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it seems to me that the functional zero is a moving target, and that's the way it was presented to us in the video earlier, and you may reach it at one point and think you've succeeded, and then at some point in the future, because of economic issues or whatever, it goes the other direction, and all of a sudden you don't have the facility that you need. And so taking this out, and this is a very difficult question, and I'm still undecided on how I'm voting on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. This reads, commits to achieving the goals of Housing First and Functional Zero within 2 years. So I'm reminded of my college years. When I take a class in college, I always aim to get an A. And an A is we reach functional zero, meaning we don't have homeless people in the streets and we have a system that can move them through quickly enough to the end point, and that we use Housing First. So I personally don't aim for C's, though sometimes they do happen. And a C would be that we actually target having a system that contains and maintains people in a condition that is less than housed. And so I hope that we aim for an A with this process and not aim for a C. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I will go to Mr. Cross and then Ms. Allard. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. While I bring this back up, I guess my question here is having to do with the functional zero, is that it says within 2 years of the date of construction. Is there additional complications just proposed by saying within 2 years? If there's just a goal of functional zero, but we don't put it within 2 years, I prefer goals personally. I think it gives us a target, but a lot of that is up to just situations that are honestly beyond our control. Does it make any significant difference that instead of removing functional zero, we remove 2 years and understand that it's an inevitable goal, but if we need more time? I mean, this doesn't really bind us to 2 years, but is the 2-year goal?
If you're asking me a question, I want to make an amendment to my amendment.
I'm asking you a question and relying upon your wisdom in that.
I think that we were to reword it with works towards functional zero and leave out within 2 years. I could do that and do an amendment. I really take issue with the 2 years.
Okay, so Ms. Allard, you were in the queue for that amendment, and then, are you good, Mr. Cross? Was that?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Allard?
Yeah.
You would like to revise your amendment?
I would. So I would do an amendment to the amendment, or can I just revise? And I could, if she lets me, I can withdraw my first amendment.
No, if a seconder, Mr. Peterson, agrees to what you propose, that's fine, so go ahead.
Okay, so, is it okay? All right. So then I would go ahead and write, the municipality commits to achieving the goals of Housing First and works towards functional zero from the date construction is complete and the navigation center is fully operational. So I would ask just to take out within 2 years.
Is there a second? Or Mr. Peterson, do you agree with that? Okay, so the change, just so we have it here, Ms. Allard, is on line 30 at the end after the and works toward functional zero. Did you strike within 2 years? Yes. And then striking within 2 years?
Dunbar can check my grammatics.
Housing First and works towards functional zero from the date construction is complete and the navigation center is fully operational.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I don't want to get in trouble with Ms. Allard, but, and I do sit next to this guy, so, but I'm wondering if you just want to strike the rest of that sentence. Like, would it make sense just to say we commit to achieving those goals?
I don't have a problem with it. I just don't, I know the Housing First is important. I know the words functional zero. I don't want to make it to where the body isn't going to support me on it. I want to be as careful as possible.
Because I think if you just take within 2 years out and then you leave the other pieces, the sentence gets a little funky, so.
It does.
if
That's
you
why I
just-
asked Dunbar to check the grant. Yeah, I'm kidding. But
So
yeah.
if you just put a period after 0, I think it achieves what you want and it's
Thank
more
you.
clear, maybe?
Okay, so that's what we'll do, after
Thank you,
functional
Ms.
0, period.
Gwen Davidson and Mr. Peterson, you concur as the seconder with that change? Okay, so there are quite a few folks in the queue. Ms. Allert, I'll take you out since that was why you were in the queue. And Mr. Dunbar, you're in for after this. Mr. Constant, you're in for, do you want to speak on this one? No? Okay. And then Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. So, I'm on the fence here. I can maybe bring myself to supporting this. For me, obviously, first and foremost is making sure that we achieve those goals of housing first and functional 0. Those are critical. I think the 2 years sort of adds an additional a goal of where we want to go, when we want to go. So I would like at this point to bring the coalition up and sort of from their professional and subject matter expertise sort of help me tease out this, please.
Thanks for the question, Mr. Rivera. So functional 0 is the most important piece of that statement. We are committed to functional 0. The 2 years framework doesn't come out of nowhere. There's actually some rationale to that, and it's a couple of things. One, there's tremendous momentum in the system right now. There's nothing like setting a deadline to get everyone to coalesce around a common goal. So right now we are housing individuals faster than we have in a really long time, and that's partly the time pressure we've been put under with the June 30th deadline. We brought extraordinary resources to bear, primarily in HUD TA, HUD disaster TA. That's an extraordinary resource. And what they're helping us do right now is optimize our system. We have altered our coordinated entry. We have activated 96 emergency housing vouchers, which kind of sat stagnant for a while. And we expect more housing resources to come our way and have those resources in this 2-year period. So if we really want to leverage all of the resources at our disposal, doing so in a compressed timeline makes sense. Will we make it? I don't know. I'm optimistic based on how we've been doing to date. And if we can continue to invest in things like hotel conversions that bring lots of units online, I'm extremely optimistic. But overall, the commitment to functional 0 is more important than the timeline. But we need the commitment to keep the momentum going. And we need the investment to keep the momentum going. That is one of my concerns. If we aren't moving toward a deed certain goal, we won't see the same kind of investment in the system, both private and public.
Madam Chair, may I respond to Ms. Salatel really quick?
Sure. You have a question for her, a clarification?
I do. Is there somebody else in queue before to ask her? I
Well,
apologize.
Mr. Constant is.
Well, and actually,
But you are still
since I
in the
did ask
queue.
the question of Ms. Zalatel, can I just do a quick response? Thank you for that. I think given what Ms. Zalatel just stated, I'm just going to, this is my first blush here, but I am okay with the following. So doing what Ms. Allard's amendment suggests, so taking out the rest of that section, but replacing it with the following, comma, with an understanding that extraordinary resources and momentum will be leveraged over the next 2 years. So it says the next 2 years, there's a lot of work that we can be doing. It doesn't necessarily say we need to get this work done by 2 years, but it says we got to be on our game over the next 2 years.
Was that an amendment to the amendment?
I suppose I could make that amendment to the amendment.
Or for expediency, I could just ask if Ms. Allard and Mr. Peterson would consider that?
No.
No, okay, so go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Sure. So this amendment to the amendment deletes the rest of the section 1 as Ms. Allard proposes and replaces it with the following, comma, with an understanding that extraordinary resources and momentum will be leveraged over the next 2 years.
Is there a second to the amendment to the amendment?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Peterson. Anything further on the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, just to repeat, again, what this does, I think it respects the intent of Ms. Allard's amendment, which is to get us away from setting that 2-year sort of timeline. Thank you. As I understand it, but really gets to sort of just making it super clear that there's a lot of work that we can do over the next 2 years, and we can either sort of engage in those resources and engage in that momentum or not. So that's all this, as I see it, this amendment to the amendment does.
Would you read it one more time, Mr. Rivera?
Sure. Deletes everything after functional zero in section 1 and replaces that with comma, with an understanding that extraordinary resources and momentum will be leveraged over the next 2 years, period. And just to be perfectly blunt, this is me trying to compromise, because 2 years was really important for me as we crafted this. This gets it to, I think, not as much as I wanted, but I think it still keeps that idea of there's a lot we can do in 2 years. Thanks.
Okay, so next in the queue, and we're on the amendment to the amendment, is Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against both this and the underlying amendment. For a goal in my world to be useful, we talk about an acronym of SMART: specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. This one may be unattainable, but it's certainly a goal worth fighting for. And otherwise, it meets all of those, the underlying motion does. But this language just takes what was said in about 15 words and adds about 15 more of complexity to achieve effectively the same goal, which is to keep a timeline on it. And so, and the underlying one takes away the time motivation. And so I'm going to offer that we should vote no on this, we should vote no on the one below it, and then move on to the next amendment, because having a goal that has a time bound on it is a good thing. It actually gives us drive, and the more specific and simple your language is, the less opportunity there is to drive a truck through it. And so I would ask my peers to vote no on this and the underlying amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I'll go to Mr. Solt, and then Ms. Allard and Mr. Cross. Mr. Solt?
Okay, thank you. I'll be brief because I agree with what Mr. Constant just said and what Mrs. Alatel said. So same thing, SMART goals, we need to have that sense of urgency. If we make it wishy-washy, we'll find ourselves no better off in 2 years. So we have to act with a sense of urgency, and I agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
You know what, I don't have a comment.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Allard.
just urge a no vote on this amendment and a yes for mine.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. Yeah, it's, at this point, it's kind of semantics. I mean, it really does, I think it achieves the same thing. I think we've done that. However, I will say that if you're going to put 2 years in there, I'd like to see consequences. What are the consequences and what is the trigger mechanism? If at 2 years it doesn't happen, do we just all high-five each other and try harder? I mean, at what point then you just say, hey, with urgency? I mean, if you put something in a guideline, if I tell my kid he's got to be home by 10, but there's no teeth behind it, then that's a suggestion. So then the 2 years is just a suggestion, unless you're going to put teeth behind it. I don't know how you do that. But that's just my thought on proposing definitive dates without consequences or suggestions, and suggestions don't have merit, so why not leave it vague? So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment. which is up on the screen.
Mr. Salt?
I'll vote yes.
The amendment to the amendment fails 5-5. We are back on the main amendment. I don't see any other members in the queue. Members may proceed to vote on the Allard Amendment to add terms "work toward" before functional zero and strike the remainder of the sentence.
Mr. Salt?
I'll vote no.
The amendment fails 2-8. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Dunbar Amendment Number 1, should be in your packet. I have amendments to both. I have another amendment to the actual ordinance, but I wanted a conforming amendment here. I'll say that we've learned...
And before you go on, Mr. Dunbar, was there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we learned a lot today, and I guess I'll speak more about it a little bit later when we're back to the main motion. I think there are distinct now, there's a day shelter component, a navigation component, and an adult shelter component, and I think that that actually did emerge during the discussion today, and I'm a little concerned that the day shelter component is going to expand as the adult shelter is limited. That being said, I want to do what I can to make this project less bad for the clients and for the community. So this amendment would add a section 4 that states the adult shelter navigation center at Tudor and Elmore shall be built and operated for no more than 150 shelter beds with an emergency surge capacity not to exceed 50 additional beds. And then some grammatical changes thereafter.
It was already seconded, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant, are you in the queue for this amendment? No. Okay. Any discussion? Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we've heard from community councils in the area where the shelters plan to be built that they don't like the idea of the 330 maximum surge capacity, but they were willing to go for 150. And so that's why we are bringing this amendment. We brought this a couple times prior, and we're hoping that we are successful this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. And this question, through the chair, this may be more for administration. Is there any design difference between a 150 bed capacity with an additional 50 beds for emergency, or just building a 200 capacity? I mean, it's good for 200 beds. Is there a difference in design? Because one of our public speakers made a really good point that based on the below 45, we will be pretty much operating in emergency status more often than non-emergency. So building it to that higher criteria, would there be a difference? And I think that would affect this verbiage.
Through the chair, Mr. Cross. I guess one question I would have for the assembly is if this were to pass this amendment, would the facility footprint, would you guys like to see the facility footprint smaller? So I would hope that we would keep the size the exact same even if this were to pass, just based on the design progress that we're at.
Well, my experience in construction is that there are certain things due to egress, depending on population, on building density, and there's a design criteria based on the density of the building and what you're housing. As far as, not just your fire protection system, but egress, things like that. So I'm just curious if there's a reason it's a 150 with a 50, or rather just saying for 200 bed capacity, then you operate at 150 with a 50 emergency. Is there a difference in construction? Is there a reason that we're trying to, that it's worded that way?
So we typically don't have this kind of debate, but I'm not saying we shouldn't because we are in an unusual situation. I'm just wanting to make sure that the body is good with how to handle it. I think like Mr. Dunbar wanted to respond to Ms. Johnson's question too.
Yeah.
So I know Mr. Cross, did you finish your part and then?
Yeah, I apologize. I wasn't meaning to make it as debate.
No, that's okay.
It had to do with the wording of the sentence and whether I vote for it on whether it would be better served to do an amendment just said for no more than 200 beds. And realize the 200 bed limit is it. And whether you do 150 or 175 regular with 25, it gives you a little flexibility in there. Is there a design criteria requirement that's the reason you've created this is my only curiosity. And thank you for working with me.
So can I speak to that, Madam Chair?
Sure, go ahead. And I want to be fair, and if there are other members who want to speak to this question as well, since it was asked to everyone, I don't know, wave your hand or something, because there's a bunch of people in the queue. Okay, so maybe we'll go down the dais on this one. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
So I'll say first, Mr. Cross, we just received design documents today, so it's been a little bit difficult to figure out this number. I certainly hope this will lead to a smaller facility with a smaller footprint, because logically to me, 150 beds with 50 surge capacity is a smaller facility than 200 beds with 130 surge capacity. And I hope that there are some cost savings that can be generated from that.
Or just 200 beds.
Well, no, I think the intention is to keep it at 150 because we do want to have at least some surge capacity in there, but I don't want it all concentrated here. I want the normal state of affairs here to be 150 or less. And I think if we put it at 200, it'll be 200. Mr. Constant has an amendment that maybe on the next item, that speaks to equitably distributing the surge capacity at the different facilities around town. So to Ms. Johnson, to answer your question, I do hope that this shrinks the size and footprint of this facility. Again, we are just receiving some design criteria now, but when we first brought this amendment, there was we were on a different site when we first brought this amendment. And then the next time I brought it, there was a discussion of it's going to be somewhere between, I think it was 23,000 and 32,000, the design. And then we just found out that there were major design changes made because Ms. Zalatel drew on an existing document. Turns out, they're great changes, but Ms. Zalatel is an attorney, not an architect. So I hope that, yes, this can be a smaller, more affordable facility that's built not to 330 capacity and not to a 200 permanent capacity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And I just do want to remind everybody to speak through the chair and to wait to be recognized by the chair before speaking. I do want to say we have a situation where I have a number of individuals in the queue, some to speak on the amendment, some to speak on the main motion, and then I know others want to speak on the question raised by Ms. Johnson. Normally, when a question comes up, we wait until you get to your time in the queue, but I recognize because there are a number of issues we're dealing with, people want to speak right when the question comes up, but I want to be fair. And I have Mr. Solt, who had put himself in the queue, and then I'll just go back through the queue on the screen, and we'll go from there. I know, again, that there are people who want to respond to Ms. Johnson's question. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. So speaking to limiting the shelter bed capacity, I'd rather do that administratively. And the reason being, the last 2 years were unique, and if we experience that again in the future, this shelter would not be able to meet the capacity that we had in the Sullivan, and we would also, I'm assuming, lose that surge capacity at the other shelters, which put us in this predicament in the first place. So my inclination, I think, would be to stick to the existing design that allows for us to have a larger shelter should the unforeseen come before us, but then I wouldn't have a problem administratively reducing the number of beds that we would entertain any given time, which actually would mean more space, which is usually never a bad thing when you're trying to segregate the clients. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I want to speak to a question Mr. Cross raised, and that is there a functional difference between 150 and 200? And the way that I visualize it is that we create a permanent space for 150 or whatever the number is that is supposed to be there, and then we use the space that is intended for other uses, a portion of it, that would be open space, that would be otherwise used for other functions, and those areas get used in a surge capacity time. So we don't build it out to be the larger number, but instead we have a functional number that we really want it to be at, and then from there we use the space creatively that still remains. And so the only variable that has to be really carefully thought through, and in this design concept it doesn't really matter, is the plumbing, right? But in this case we have trailers that are providing the functional flow for human beings, and so you can add another trailer if the capacity gets to the point where you are in excess of the carrying capacity of what you have on site. And so to me, really, it is important to keep the number tight to what your intended target is, and then have space to expand, but not depend on that and have it built in. Otherwise, it will inevitably grow to that size and stay there. So that's how I approach the question.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, and a reminder that we are still on Dunbar Amendment number 1, and also that we track the number of times folks speak, because it's almost 9:30 and we want to make progress, and so the convention is speak once and have a second bite at the apple after other people have spoken, and to try to get everything in speaking once or twice. So next is Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I brought this up last time we were talking about how many individuals would be housed at the Navigation Center. And I used an example, and Mr. Dunbar came back when I said, when you buy a house and it's a 3-bedroom house, you could put however many people you can put in there. Whether it's 1 person or 3 people, you still pay the same amount for the house. And Mr. Dunbar had stated, so then we could fill the house. And I said yes. So I'm against this amendment because I believe that no matter what happens in our municipality, if there is a surge or housing needs to happen, that we have this facility to do so. And even with 200 people, I don't think that's going to be enough. And I want to be able to have the administration and the Navigation Center to determine, look, we have an extra 50 people, we have an extra 75 people, they need housing, they need care, they need a facility to stay. I don't want to see people camping in the street, not getting the care that they need. So I'm going to vote no on this amendment because I believe that we need to be able to help our society, and by putting a lock on it, I think we're tying our hands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have voted for a similar amendment that Mr. Dunbar brought multiple times. I think it's been Pete and Forrest and I. And so I still believe that this smaller size makes sense. It's consistent with what experts have told us works in communities. It's better for the surrounding area to have smaller shelters, and we've seen that in places like Brother Francis downtown. So I will support this amendment. And then in response to Ms. Johnson's question about the size, I would expect the entire facility to shrink if we're sheltering fewer people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Frudia?
Thank you. Just a couple of items. And one, I realized the language is unclear, and I just wanted to go back to something that Ms. Allard said, where she referred to how many people would be housed in the Navigation Center. My understanding is no one would be housed in the Navigation Center, right? Because the Navigation Center is different than the shelter, but I understand the confusion around that because we're using these words interchangeably. So I want to, for the public, make sure we're being precise about our language around that, and that those are two distinctly different things. First, I wanted to ask a question to Mr. Saxton about if the size was reduced, would the cost be reduced?
Not at this point. I'd have to get with the engineering team, but the re-engineering of that, to go back and re-engineer the other infrastructure that's incidental to the structure size that we have planned now, might not outweigh the cost savings. I think initially you could reduce the bathroom count, which would result in savings, but the engineering costs wouldn't be money saved. We'd have to completely re-engineer for a smaller structure. Remember, the shop drawings are already in process, probably likely around 80% finalized. So that's going back for a whole new structure, essentially.
Well, we're talking about a reduction of a capacity of almost 100 people, but you still think in that case it would not cost less?
I mean, it would for the incidental items such as the bathroom count per occupancy, FF&E, of course. There's savings there. I could certainly put together a cost estimate of what that evaluation would look like.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, that would be, I mean, my primary reason for answering the question of should the size be reduced is I would assume the cost would be less. So that's something that I think we need to learn more about. And then just finally, I am also going to support this amendment. We've heard clearly from the public that they want this to be a smaller size, and based on the information that we've received today, it does not appear that that's going to be problematic for this project and for the system and the complex plan as it stated. So I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So this debate certainly gave me a little bit of PTSD because this was a great debate in facilitation on the footprint of the facility. And I think in a way that might surprise you all. The debate was actually whether this facility was actually going to be big enough to actually be a real navigation center. It wasn't whether this facility was going to be too small or whether we needed to shrink the facility. It was actually the opposite, because in order to have a real navigation center, you need space for data engagement. You need space for the open entrance. You need space for all of the various services. So I would argue heavily that the footprint should stay the same because we have a need for every single inch in that facility as it is planned right now. And I would ask the coalition to come up and speak to that, please.
Mr. Rivera, so the space in a shelter and the space in a navigation center, I really would like you to put the lens on of having to be a client. And if we think about what individuals have experienced to date entering low barrier shelter, that has been the Brother Francis shelter, which is in a very defined footprint. And even with their reduction in capacity, they are still beds through the hallway to space for COVID, and an entire additional building had to be purchased to be able to accommodate navigation. So when we think about this space, if space can be dedicated to navigation, it will be more open and welcoming. Think about, I think all of you have visited Brother Francis Shelter. When you walk in, you encounter an Arctic entry, which is a bit confining but practical, and then you encounter a reception desk. Right now, you also encounter people's beds right there. And so what you want to make sure you have is enough space to really let people come and go. And those who are moving over to the shelter side, you want to give them room and access to just go home for the night. So you have to accommodate these dual uses if you're in one structure. It's why a lot of navigation centers in the lower 48 are actually multiple structures, where you have the services in one structure and the dormitory in the other. So if you think about it from that perspective and thinking about it from a client perspective, we want all the space we can get, because one of the lessons we learned during COVID is we get better outcomes when we give people space. With space comes storage of their personal belongings, gives space to decompress, gives space to engage.
Thanks. And then, Madam Chair, I just want to speak to the amendment. I appreciate the intent of the amendment, and we have heard, I think, at the work session today that 200 at this facility will meet the needs, as long as we keep putting that focus on housing folks. It is going to meet the needs right now. The only issue that I have that puts me on the fence on this amendment is the what-if question. It does require us to really work our butts off in order to be able to handle that what-if question. So I appreciate this amendment being brought forward, and at this point, I'm not exactly sure how I will be voting. Thanks.
Okay,
Go ahead, Mr.
I want to
Constant.
speak to the what-if question. You're going to probably think I'm crazy, and most of you know it's probably true. But here's the reality. I think that the footprint is a very interesting footprint if the bed spaces are kept to the right size. And I keep asking the what-if question. And the question I have, what if we achieve functional zero? And I spent some time on my own tours around the country like Mr. Weddleton did, going to various shelters and operations. And I went to Haven for Hope in San Antonio, and I walked into the building, and they had an amazing space for all the nonprofits. They had a DMV. They had everything there that you needed to get set up and on your feet. It took room to do that, and that room is where this space would take. And this place was so mind-blowing that they actually had a child care center on the campus. And it wasn't a child care center solely for the recipients of services at the place. It was actually a place that people brought their kids from across the town because the care was so good, because it was in an environment that was so well taken care of, that it was within the Haven for Hope homeless service arena, but it was good. And so I have a vision of a place and a time where good things can in fact happen. And we can get there, and we can get there together. And so to my perspective, I think the space is fine. It's the bed space that's the challenge. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I was trying to insert myself in the queue before we got to the second round of comments, so we'll get to you in a moment, Mr. Cross. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree largely with the points Mr. Rivera raised, and the 330 surge capacity has been a very difficult number, and I am much more comfortable with the number of 200 for the shelter. However, I think that there is still a possibility that, hopefully over time we don't need the sheltering beds, but maybe there is a scenario where the shelter part is running very smoothly and it's reasonable to exceed that capacity. I don't know, but I wouldn't want to rule it out, and part of that is because this is a whole new thing that the municipality is taking on, and I think that having some concerns about how the operational piece will go and wanting to be conservative about that approach, to me it makes sense. And Mr. Cross had mentioned something about we don't have teeth in resolutions, and to an extent they're not always super binding because a body can come back and make another resolution. And so I recognize too that this is a resolution and another body could come back as well and change that number too. So I would like to see the footprint stay the same, but I would like to see that number capped to 200 with the possibility for who knows what the future holds. Hopefully we would never need more. Thank you. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. Through the chair, that's exactly my thought. My thought was, listen, as much as we want to, and I understand Mr. Dunbar's concern because of the amount of people and wanting a smaller building with a smaller imprint that generates less foot traffic in the area, and I completely sympathize with that. It's very close to his district, and he's going to have to deal with that, and I feel for him. I think I like the idea of it intending to operate with a smaller population, but leaving the facility the same size in case of emergency, because there may be another time we have another earthquake or we have something, and I'd rather know that we have that surge capacity and emergency space immediately available, because there may be an unfortunate situation where it's under 45, and therefore we've used the surge capacity, and then we have a natural disaster, we got nowhere there. So I almost feel as if you need a a buffer beyond your buffer. And also, we don't know what the future lies, and I don't want to be having another conversation later about, hey, we need to be putting tents outside and more porta potties. I would rather operate a smaller envelope of individuals within that building. I think that gives Dunbar what he's looking for his district, which is less foot traffic, but also protects us in types of emergency for the emergency on top of an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start by saying this isn't just about my district. We see what is happening at the Sullivan Arena. We know that is far too large, far too concentrated. We saw what happened at the Brother Francis shelter back when it had 240 people. This would be 330, 50% larger if it remains unaltered. I intend to bring this same amendment to the ordinance to appropriate the money, or I guess that's a resolution too, which hopefully will have some teeth to it as well. Other quick notes, the Haven for Hope campus that Mr. Constant mentioned looks wonderful, cost $58 million to build. We have heard from subject matter experts that smaller facilities work better for the clients. In our own law, when we passed shelter licensing, when we allowed it in the B3, we capped it at 150. There was no talk of a 50-person surge either, just 150 without a variance. So again, we know that smaller shelters are better. In fact, one of the documents that's in your binder that was also distributed at the event on Monday, where the various Rasmussen and Coalition to End Homelessness and other nonprofits were speaking. It says, and this is the document, you can see the plan from homelessness to stably housed. It says, smaller facilities scattered around town, lessen impact on any one neighborhood, focus on needs of very different populations. Maintaining this is by far the largest facility in the system, contradicts the rhetoric that we see in that plan, that's in our binder, that we've heard from subject matter experts. And, you know, the footprint, we'll have a conversation about that, I think, on the next resolution, when we talk about the money we're about to spend. But at the very least, because we know it's best practice, because we know it's better for the clients, because we know it lessens impact on the neighborhood, I urge you to cap this at 150 beds, and then 50 surge if the worst happens. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just wanted to briefly note for folks that we just spent half an hour debating the footprint when the amendment was about the capacity, and so that this question before us is about the capacity, not the footprint. So know when you're voting, that's what you're voting on. And I would move to extend debate by half an hour on this item.
Second.
A motion to extend debate by half an hour has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Dunbar, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, debate is extended for half an hour.
Ms. LaFrance, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a quick comment that I support this amendment, recognizing that we're not voting on the footprint piece of it. I think that the larger footprint is important for to support the navigation center part. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair.
Mr. Cross, that's number 3.
Oh, I apologize, but I don't think that's, and forgive me if I'm not reading this right, but the Dunbar, you know what, I might be reading the Constant amendment. I apologize. I was looking at funds appropriated by this AR shall not be spent on design. I'm sorry.
Wrong item, yeah. That's the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Dunbar Amendment number 1.
Mr. Solt?
Vote no.
Mr. Schultz, let me confirm that. It was a little muffled over the phone.
That was a no vote.
Thank you.
Yep.
The amendment passes 8-2. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will move Constant Amendment number 1, I think it is, or number 2, it's listed at the top. And that is to Would someone second that, Constant Amendment 2?
Second.
Thank you.
Seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson.
So this is my only black and white in all of this, is that no neighborhood should be the sole owner of the challenges that are presented by us coming up with a better system to solve these issues. And so my amendment adds at the end of that section, section 4, that surge capacity shall be equitably distributed across the shelter system. Meaning when we talk about X number of beds plus Y number of surge beds, that number Y should be divided across a number of facilities in town, and where we can gain support from other entities in the system to be participants in that, it should not fall upon one neighborhood to be the bearer of all of these challenges. One promise I made in the beginning of this process many years ago when we set to reframe this system was that I would not do to you what was done to me. And so I would ask that members support this amendment. It's quite simple, and it just says that we will be equitable.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So from my perspective, I think this amendment falls very much in line with the discussions and facilitated process and the agreements within, and I would just like to turn to the administration, either Ms. Johnson or Mr. Gerace, to just confirm that.
Johnson?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, yes, the administration does support this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just note that tonight, we heard from the administration that they are able to close the Sullivan Arena. And again, we are experiencing an unusual surge in number of people experiencing homelessness. These last couple of years, more than has ever been in the municipality of Anchorage. If there's any time to surge a facility, it's right now. We're doing a housing surge. You could see the Sullivan Arena itself as a supplement to our traditional shelter capacity. What we heard tonight was that the administration is able to close Sullivan Arena and house everyone in these unique surge conditions, or shelter them, shelter everyone without even building this facility. So we don't even need this 150, let alone the additional 50 surge beds. The surge capacity exists elsewhere. So I support this amendment because perhaps some of it will end up at this facility, but clearly the administration believes that the surge capacity exists elsewhere in our total network of buildings and facilities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Constant Amendment number 2.
Mr. Solt?
I'll vote yes.
The amendment passes 10-0. Are there any other amendments? Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that we talked about a lot with the definition of functional zero is that a functional zero is a function itself of populations. And so after consultation with the coalition, I do have an amendment to basically talk about, define the functional zero just a little bit more, because it has to be. Otherwise, functional zero in here, as it relates to Section 1 and Section 3, is somewhat meaningless. So the amendment is to lines 31 in Section 1 to be specific on achieving the goals of housing first and functional zero for single adults. And then, which, as you saw in the gap analysis, that is our biggest need right now. We're actually getting fairly close-ish to achieving functional zero in a couple other categories, but single adults is our biggest need. And then second part of the amendment would be in line 47, just eliminating or removing striking through people and adding in single adults. And so that confines that definition of functional zero to the biggest area of work that we have now.
And who was the second on the amendment?
There wasn't one.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. And just to repeat that, Mr. Rivera, that would be on line 32 to add for single adults.
Line 31, so after functional zero for single adults, and then line 47, strike through people, add single adults.
And line 47, strike through people and add single adults. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I would support that verbiage change. I think it's important to realize that at least for the purposes of articulating that this is not intention for the navigation system to be a place for families, that it's for single individuals, and that way they understand that housing shelters for families is more appropriate elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Rivera Amendment to line 31 to after functional zero to add for single adults, and on line 47 delete people and add single adults.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-146 as amended.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Item 5A passes 7-3. And we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break before we take up the next item. Minute timer rang a few minutes ago, so let's go ahead and resume. Mr. Rivera, you're first in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to make a motion to for immediate reconsideration on AR number 2022-146 and urge a no vote.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Rivera has made a motion for immediate reconsideration of AR 2022-146 as amended, and it has been seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, just want to urge a no vote on this one so that we just can move on. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar, are you in the queue for the motion?
Yeah, we do this for contracts so we know that we can let the contract. This is a non-binding resolution. Why are we doing a motion to reconsider, even if we vote it down? What does it change?
Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thanks. So I guess two things. One, this is being done at the request of the administration, and two, it doesn't really change anything because you could bring a resolution next meeting to replace the resolution that we just passed. Thanks.
Mr. Peterson, did you second that? Yes, Mr. Peterson was the second. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration of item 5A.
Mr. Salt?
I vote no.
The motion for immediate reconsideration fails 0 to 10. We are now back on item 4A, and I believe we have a motion to approve on the floor already. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Yes.
I move amendment number 1.
Is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Ms. Allard. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Ms. Allard for seconding. This is, what this lays out is just asking the administration, as they look at all of the suite of services that we all know that we need, including treatment, to please make a firm written commitment to make a good faith effort to operate what was formerly the Golden Lion as a substance misuse treatment center. We can't force anyone to do that, so that's why all it includes is asking them to make a commitment to work in good faith. Thank you. Oh, and I should add that I had spoken with some folks in the know, and it sounded like the Salvation Army beds were not quite enough for treatment in the community. There's still more of a need, and this could fill that need. And I don't want us to conflate homelessness with mental health or substance misuse, but there's obviously some overlap. So I think it's important to be considering all of these needs at the same time, and I also understand that that has been a discussion as well in the facilitated process, but Mr. Rivera or the mayor could correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I am supportive of this amendment. As the mayor knows, I am a big proponent of the Golden Lion, and this is something that I have brought up in facilitation, and both from two perspectives. One, the need to continue to focus on substance misuse treatment, and I think the work on the NAV Center has sort of delayed our work on that, so hopefully we'll be able to really hone in on substance misuse treatment. But also my strongest desires to talk about the Golden Lion within facilitation. So I am supportive of this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we heard at the listening session on Monday from a number of the testifiers that they were asking how come the Golden Lion wasn't, currently operating as a rehabilitation center or a detox center or both. And, I expressed to the administration the first time I met them that I was hoping that hotel would be stood up as a rehabilitation center. And it's unfortunate. I think it's a missed opportunity. And I think there's still a chance that we can use that, whether we can use one floor or part of it for one thing and then part of it for long-term rehab later. I just think it's a missed opportunity if we don't do it. I've been here for over 40 years. Actually, I'm starting my 42nd year here today, actually. And we've been short of rehab beds the entire time I've been living here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I will also be supporting this amendment. Treatment is critical. I know we say housing first, but housing without treatment is like solving a roof leak with more buckets. It's just shuffling them until you can actually get to the root of the problem, and treatment is critical. And I will fully support anything I can do to encourage turning it in, providing more treatment centers and utilizing something that we've already spent a lot of money on usefully, rather than as a question that I have to answer everywhere I go, which is why do we own it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I want to support the amendment too. We wasted a year not using the Golden Lion, and we need to do something about it. And Mr. Cross is right. We have an issue, we have problems, and in order to resolve the homeless situation, we need to be able to give them a place to do their rehabilitation. But again, Miss Austin Quinn Davidson said it, or Miss Quinn Davidson, this just isn't for the homeless. It's for our entire community, and we need to make sure that everybody has access to this facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Quinn Davidson Amendment Number 1.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to voice vote, all right? So somehow or other
We are going to proceed with a voice vote.
So this is on Amendment Number 1 to AR 2022-111S. Ms. Allard, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Well, that worked.
The amendment passes 10-0. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move, sorry, I'm just double checking that's what number it is. I move Dunbar Amendment Number 2.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
You know, I wonder if there's some way we can combine this in one motion. Well, Chris assumes that mine has already passed. Yeah, you know what, as an amendment to the amendment, to revise the amendment, if my seconder will join me, I want to add the words, surge capacity shall be equitably distributed across the shelter system as a sentence following the end of this amendment.
Yes, please.
Okay, so now we have before us the text of constant amendment number 2, but it's the same thing with an extra sentence added to it.
Do you want to speak to it, Mr. Mr.
Yes.
Dunbar?
So if everybody should have constant amendment number 2 in front of them, that is just the language of my amendment, and then Chris had added an extra sentence that's in italics there. Surge capacity shall be equitably distributed across the shelter system. And so now we've combined them, and this is what's before us. This is the same amendment that we passed to the other resolution that limits the facility to 150 beds with a surge capacity not to exceed 50 additional beds. And I think we've probably spoken about it enough. Happy to answer any other questions if folks have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Dunbar Amendment Number 2.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's not it. I regret that it is,
Another voice vote.
Yep, I'm going to do it right after this.
Did I get it? Oh my gosh. All right. You're ready. Thank you. Sorry for that. Mr. Solt?
Vote no.
The amendment passes 7-3. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
We're back on the main item, yes?
I'm sorry, I did not understand that. You've got a warbly mic.
We're back on the main item, yes?
Yes, the main item as amended.
I move to postpone to the meeting of May 10th.
Second.
A motion to postpone the item to the meeting of May 10th has been made by Mr. Perez-Verdilla and seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
First, I want to say how much I appreciate this meeting. This was a very informative meeting, and I really appreciate the presentation, the videos, the conversation, the questions, the amendments. This has been a very robust meeting where we've debated and talked about a really important project. And unfortunately, most of the information came today, and so the public really hasn't had an opportunity to review it. Most of us haven't had an opportunity to spend very much time with it. This is a project that I'm excited about, and I want to support. I believe we need a little bit more time. We need more time to look at this. I also believe that more information is going to come out over the next week or two that's going to even add to our understanding of this project from the administration. So I know that folks were hoping to vote on this tonight and to move forward. However, I would really encourage the body to take a couple of weeks, really consider this, ask more questions, and then let's bring it back on May 10th, and let's make a decision on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Mr. Cross?
Yes, I also support this. And don't get me wrong, I think the navigation center, and I like its concept, is well thought out. However, we keep spending a lot of your tax dollars expeditiously. And I feel as if this process, even if it's the best idea, there's an old, my dad said to me a long time ago, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. Even if it's a great idea, if you don't have enough thought to digest it, I represent District 2. I don't represent the administration or this assembly. I represent you, and I feel as if you deserve to hear more and understand what it is we're proposing. And I don't think we're going to hit our construction timelines. I honestly don't, as a construction guy, and I've looked at the plans. I know there's an urgency, but since I don't believe we're going to be able to hit those dates, then why not give some extra time to the public? So I support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. We've been working on this forever. And as a member of the body, I know which each and every district stands at this point. We've heard from people if they don't want the navigation center, if they do want the navigation center. And we've worked really, really hard on it as a body. I know the administration has, I know the assembly members have, and I don't want to give Felix PTSD anymore. So I am going to tell everybody here, I represent District 2, this navigation center is not going in my district. And for that, I'm going to support the district in which it is going in, and that would be District 4. So.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thanks. Certainly a big sigh of another possible 2 weeks of work, but that's okay. So for me, I guess I would need to know from the body sort of what are we looking for that we don't currently have in 2 weeks, or is it simply we need time to review information, which I can totally respect given the lateness of all of this documentation, which, it's really rich documentation. There's a lot to go over. So that would be helpful for me as I continue to navigate this in the facilitated process with the administration. And then I guess, I want that first, and then I guess second, I want to talk with Saxton and just have him talk on the record about delays and what that means. Is Saxton? Yeah, Saxton's here.
Thanks, Felix, and through the chair, Felix, I would like to say thank you for all the work that you put into it too. I'm newly exposed to this atmosphere and 10 months in, and being called in on a Sunday, on a nice Sunday, and all that to grind the way we did with purchasing and the Department of Health coming at 7 with their crew and the mayor and everybody. We really rallied to answer those questions, and your presentation was certainly on point. A day delayed now is a day delayed later, so you know, of course we can accommodate, but you know, like everything else, there are consequences. But certainly, you know, we're more than happy to, and I can offer that, you know, any of those, the architects or the engineers might, if you ever wanted them in front of the body, you know, that is a feature of work that is outlined in the scope of work to be present for a presentation. So I will offer that.
Great, thanks. And then I guess I just have a follow-up question, if I may, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Go ahead.
So one of the things that would be helpful is just understanding if we were able to develop a critical path schedule and able to accelerate some of these items, if this is postponed to May 10th, just based on what I'm hearing, this is going to get postponed to May 10th. Sort of if you could provide both an updated schedule just based off what we have before us, as well as a critical path schedule, which, you know, I don't know how squishy that can be, but that would be helpful just so we can get a better sense of where we might be. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still gathering my thoughts. And first of all, I'm very supportive of this project and deeply appreciative of the work that has gone into it. We know that emergency shelter in our community is a really big need, and so is coordinated entry and a navigation center. So I am supportive of this process. And what the pieces I'm wrestling with are the public process and how some of the folks tonight have testified that they would like to have an opportunity to look at the materials and to provide feedback. I want to honor that process. I have some concerns about the cost, and I really want to be convinced that this is a good fiscal move. I want to believe right now it is, that the amount has gone up, and I'm not asking for you to convince me right here in this moment, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that would necessarily be possible, but I want assurance that this is not going to become an SAP project, or where we move into it and there will be another request for $5 million, and then we find out later that the operational cost is higher. I want to support this project. And my big ask is, please make it very easy for me to support this. So when I go to community councils, I can show people that this makes fiscal sense and that this is a really good investment for our community. And please, let's all get behind this. So my reason for supporting a motion to postpone would be so that the position would be stronger, and also to let the other people look through this binder, because this is a lot of good information, and I really appreciate the time here tonight. It's been kind of a weird meeting because it's been a work session kind of meeting too, but I think it's been really productive, and the conversation we've had with the amendments is good. So in supporting a motion to postpone, I don't want people to think that I don't support the project, because I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you just said something, you just used an analogy that I've heard before. You hope this doesn't turn into something like SAP. Ironically, SAP, when it was first pitched, people remember it was $9 million. That was the number people used. Ended up costing us $86 million. I hope this project doesn't end up costing us $86 million. I want to say that it won't. If we voted on it tonight, I would vote against this project, and I hope that almost everyone else on this dais would do the same, given how late we received these documents, but also given some of the things we learned tonight. So there are two central points I think we really learned tonight. One, the administration does not need and will not rely on this project to close the Sullivan Arena, because the timeline pushes this out to December. So they plan to close the Sullivan Arena in June, and they have identified other emergency shelter facilities and, of course, housing, led by the Coalition to End Homelessness, a housing surge, which I think we all are behind. That is what will get us out of the Sullivan Arena, which, of course, was what we said last year, before, more than a year ago. We've known that that was the pathway out. And there was a time 2 years ago where $12 million was going to buy 3 facilities, one housing facility, one temporary day shelter, and adult and night shelter with a navigation center, and another navigation center down at 3rd Avenue, the old Beans Cafe building. And then there was an additional pot of money for the Golden Lion that came from the MLMP sale. The MLMP sale went through, and now here we are. That same about $12 million is, instead of getting us 3 facilities that are more centrally located, will get us this one facility, maybe. I don't think it's going to be $12 million. I think that there will be considerable additional funds requested as we go forward. I would be very surprised if this project was completed with $12 million. But I just want to point out also something that Mr. Gray said. He pointed out the second thing we learned tonight, which was the emergency shelter, we're hoping, will be reduced, maybe even eliminated. But the navigation center and the day shelter will stay permanent. And I remember the first time I heard about the concept of a day shelter in Anchorage, it was from Ms. Zolotel a number of years ago, and she was talking about we need a day shelter in Midtown, and I believe it was going to go to the Alaska Club. And the reason was because it was centrally located, and folks were already in Midtown experiencing homelessness, and they needed a place to go during the day. If we want a permanent facility that is a day shelter and a navigation center, this is a terrible location for it. This is way out at the edge. This is not where people experiencing homelessness live or want to be. And there's no grocery store out there. There are very few other facilities that they use out there. Yes, there's a native hospital, but that is not open to everyone and not the kind of facility you want people walking into all the time. There are 2 conveniently located liquor stores, as I mentioned to my colleague, that are right there. And of course, there is Far North Bicentennial Park. But this is not where you'd want to put a day shelter and draw a bunch of folks there. This is way out on the edge. So again, I don't know if I want to vote to postpone or not, but if we vote right now, I hope people vote against this project, because the emergency shelter we might need, hopefully we don't. We don't need to close the Sullivan Arena, according to the administration. And the day shelter and the navigation center, which we do need, they are not appropriately located here. They should be much more centrally located. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I find myself tied to a yes vote on this for my participation in the facilitation. But I also still have a lot of questions that aren't answered, so I feel like a little bit more time isn't the worst thing. And I can be convinced otherwise without a really good understanding of, so Mr. Rivera, you asked for, what's needed. Obviously, time to read this thing, that's one thing, you can't control that. But it is like a 5-year budget projection for operations, including funding sources. Where's this money coming from? The idea of using one-time relief money to do this it's worth a conversation, but it's not necessarily the best idea and use of those dollars, in my opinion. And so what's the source otherwise, and how do we see that in the context of time? And so I don't think it should be too painful to do some kind of a projection that's at least within a reasonable ballpark, so we can understand. We do the 5 and 6 year CIP and other projects documents, and we do think that long in time. And so I think that that's the missing piece for me, is understanding where it fits in the context of the taxpayers' money. As when Mr. Dunbar referenced $86 million, he said that we spent, but we spent the people's money, and it's all of our neighbors that spent that money, each of us taxpayers and property owners. And so I want to be very careful making this decision if we're going to leap. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have many concerns about this project. Many of them have been articulated well by my colleagues, in particular Mr. Dunbar's comments and Mr. Constance just now. I have great concern about the cost. You all may remember that in May of last year, I was in the position of deciding whether to purchase the Alaska Club, all in, including renovations for $4.7 million, would have sheltered 125 to 150 people. Same size as this facility that's pitched now as at 12. It's been growing, so I agree with Mr. Dunbar. I think it will continue to grow. And I left that decision for the mayor, and I hoped that he would make a good fiscal decision. This is not a good fiscal decision. It's the same thing for 2 to 3 times the money. That's not protecting the public interest, and that's not using our dollars wisely. So I won't support this project unless I see a great drop in the cost or something new that makes me think it's a good fiscal decision. So that's my first issue with the project. The second issue is I just don't think we really need the shelter portion of it. And I really appreciated Ms. Zalatel's presentation about housing options, and I think I appreciated the administration's interim slide about where folks would go between now and November. I will also note we had a work session on this last Friday. No one mentioned November. We've been rushed to schedule this special meeting on Thursday when the public doesn't even know about it. We just announced it a couple days ago, rushed to do this. No one's even ready. I mean, November, that's so far away, and I think that's disrespectful to the public to schedule the special meeting and not give them time on such a big decision. And if we don't need the shelter portion, I agree with Mr. Dunbar. Why in the world would you locate a navigation center over on the edge of town in East Anchorage by a park rather than where people are moving through the city? So I don't understand that, and I'd like to have Mr. Rivera, I'm sure you're keeping notes on stuff, but since you asked, I think that's a question. Why here? And I think why here is because of promises that were made by a candidate who doesn't want to be in Midtown. That's my guess, and I shouldn't speak to motive, I guess. But another thing, ARPA funds. 2 years ago, all of us sat in this room, well, many of us, Mr. Cross wasn't here yet, and Mr. Solt wasn't either, and we had hundreds of people, Ms. Quidno will remember, hundreds of people lined up to say how irresponsible it was of the Assembly to spend ARPA and CARES Act monies on buildings for the homeless, which is what this money is, right? You all know that. It's the same thing. And now the administration wants to spend $10 million more to administer one building, one. Mr. Dunbar was right, $12.5 million. We would have gotten 3 buildings. This is the least fiscally responsible decision on homelessness I could imagine. I don't know how you'll respond to that, Mr. Rivera, but that is my thoughts. The alcohol tax is this bucket that everyone thinks is huge. We just keep pulling from it. You know, the alcohol tax was, it failed when its primary use was homelessness. It failed. Then some of us said, you know what, we think there's something else we should do here. We should really support the prevention of sexual assault, child abuse, and domestic violence. And others did some polling, found that that's what people really wanted. We added the language in there, and by we, I mean Mr. Rivera, Mr. Dunbar, and I, because we were the sponsors of it, put it on the ballot, and it passed. People want upstream services. They don't want us using the whole alcohol tax for homelessness, and there is so much pressure on this body Every time there's something related to homelessness, which is a never-ending pit of need, by the way, everyone talks about using the alcohol tax. That's $14-15 million a year. We have to work upstream. Anyway, so anytime someone mentions that, my hackles go up because I know what residents voted for, and I know that that wasn't it. Lastly, in terms of what we could see, Mr. Rivera, before a vote, I want a presentation, and I'm trying to think who it should be from. I don't think it's you necessarily, Mr. Rivera. Maybe it's Ms. Salatel. Poor Ms. Salatel gets dragged into this all the time. But I want a presentation of here's the need. Here's what we need for homelessness services in our city. Here's what we have. Here's what the gaps are. Oh yeah, there's a 3rd Avenue Navigation Center. Here's what that's going to accomplish. But that actually won't accomplish X, and that's why we need this other one. I feel like we're just piecemealing. We just come up with these ideas. Like, oh, here, let's do this thing over there. How does it relate to everything else that we're doing? If we can't tell that story well, if, as Ms. LaFrance said, we can't go to our constituents and talk about why this is needed in this space, what's the point? It's not fair to our community. So anyway, I would be happy to vote against this tonight, and I will not support the motion to postpone because I believe it needs to be voted down tonight as a poor fiscal decision, among other things.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm actually going to be voting in favor of this postponement because the information that we got, and actually I got it today, just short of 300 pages, and the public didn't get it until partway through the meeting tonight. It's unfortunate, and I believe this will give the people of the community of Anchorage a chance to look at this and then bring us some of their opinions at our meeting on May 10th. And one additional thing that I wanted to remind folks of is when we sold ML&P to Chugach Electric a year or two ago for around $1 billion, one of the things that was required by Providence Hospital to sign off on that deal when we were before the Regulatory Commission of Alaska was that we had to build a rehab center. And the Golden Lion Hotel was purchased with the intent of making a rehab center out of it to fulfill that contract. And so it's sitting there empty. We still have to fulfill that contract. And so I think we need to start working on remodeling that building to turn it into a rehab center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Johnson, you're in the queue on behalf of the mayor? Or Mayor Bronson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just need to get something, a couple things on the record. One, it'll be Saxon. I need him because he has expertise to speak to this directly. But there's one thing I just need. I understand the fiscal constraints and the concerns, but they seem to be kind of new because about 51 weeks ago, it's a coincidental number, this body spent $51 million in one night to give away buildings, to do all kinds of other things, and I didn't see then that fiscal constraint and concern that I'm seeing here tonight from this body. I just wanted to get that on the record. This is an important issue. I ask that we move forward with this project. This is a design-built facility. Essentially, the inside of it, Meg is designed functionally. And I think this is will give us the best outcome for the people that are at risk right now. With that, I'd like to, again, turn over to Saxon.
You are recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. You know, as I think about this more, and I know Mr. Cross, you'd probably relate, but, you know, construction in cold temperatures increases those costs. And so as this gets pushed out, you know, the hopes of getting this project done well before Thanksgiving might slip from our grasp here. And to the concerns about the costs and cost overruns, this project's well under control financially. As we capture the costs coming at 35% design, a rough order of magnitude is now becoming an estimate. A rough order of magnitude allows for negative 25%, as much as plus 75%. Our estimates now, as they become refined, become very honed in. And so I'm very confident. And industry-wide, I know we've talked about this in a listening session, industry pricing coming in at capital projects throughout our MOA projects are coming in around as low as $380 a square foot to $420 a square foot. If you use that pricing to cross-reference this project, we are on track with our estimate, with the numbers that you're seeing. And so I feel very confident about our controls and our estimates, but we're looking forward to the 35% design where it really nails down the estimate. So I would also add that the purchasing director is not here, but the purchasing department is in the process of negotiating a guaranteed maximum price with the contractor to get the general contractor under contract. We have them under contract, a very small contract, to help us put our project, our dreams on paper, which we're doing. What is happening simultaneously with the purchasing department is negotiating those features of work to make sure that we see a line item and a cost, like a menu of prices. That's what they call a schedule of prices. So we can see exactly what we're getting and what that cost is, not to exceed. There's also a feature in the contract that allows that if it comes under bid, under what was estimated, the owner gets a credit for that work. So in conjunction with the contractor, we are tracking costs, but we will lock in at a guaranteed maximum price. If we can't lock in, we don't go into contract with them, and we go back out on the street for someone who can meet our terms. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will go back through the queue now a second time for folks on the motion to postpone. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I was just going to make a suggestion that Mr. Perez-Rodilla alter to not just postpone, but reopen the public hearing. But I also have to respond a little bit to the mayor when he talks about the ARPA funds of $51 million. I suggest you come to some of the work sessions we've been having about the work that money did. The money that went to Visit Anchorage, the money that went to small business grants, the money that went to rental relief. You can go to Covenant House. They have a new youth facility that was built with CARES and ARPA funds. You go to the Food Bank of Alaska. They have a new refrigeration unit that was built with CARES and ARPA funds. You went to an event tonight, the generator project that we and got up on stage and talked about innovation and the support you have. We funded that using CARES and ARPA funds. And we had series of work sessions. We talked to the community. We pushed that money out the door. And I don't think a single one of those projects in terms of buildings came anywhere near to costing what this is going to cost. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I think that it's always interesting to see what people put on the table, get in their own way, stumble upon, because while it might have felt good to say 51 weeks ago you made a decision in one night, but, last Tuesday night, laid on the table, we had a proposal for $47 million to spend on all kinds of things that no one had ever heard about from anything. So I understand why someone might think that the Assembly acts in a way where you would put on the table and push out the door in one night $51 million. But that is not what happened. In fact, we spent 3 months engaging the community with extensive hours of work sessions, public hearings, opportunities for input, accepting feedback, and hearing from the public, and building a list of priorities and focus areas, and then sharing that with the public. We sat in the Denina Center and had the public in and had a roundtable for 3 days.
To postpone?
Yes. That is on the motion to postpone. It's amazing what a person can do to move people in their camp to out of their camp. People who've worked really hard to be supportive. And so I would just suggest that our process has been and will continue to be thoughtful about decisions that we make, to seek input from the public about decisions that we make. Even when we have members of the public who in their myopia think that we're going to accept a decision last year by a previous mayor 2 years ago, that's not how it worked. You just didn't see it because you were thinking about something else, maybe outrage. Outrage puts blinders on people. And so I will stop being blind and say, I am convinced now that I need more time.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I'll just be real quick because Mr. Constant and Mr. Dunbar responded quite eloquently to that sort of silly statement. And I'll also note just quickly, to the extent we rushed, which I don't think we did, we rushed to get money in the hands of residents, small businesses, organizations, to you, out to you. This is a rush to spend your money. It's the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Allard?
I'm ready to vote. And I'd also like to say thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. You've enlightened me quite a bit. I am absolutely ready not to postpone this tonight, and I encourage everybody not to postpone, and I would encourage people, you might be surprised, can we just vote tonight on the overall AR? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Cross?
I'm blessed that I'm not haunted by decisions that have been made by the Assembly in the past, because I'm the new guy with the new Assemblyman smell. I just say postpone. One of the words used in this description in its own documents is that we created an urgent need to make hasty progress moving mass care clients to other locations. Webster Dictionary says hasty is excessive need or insufficient consideration. I don't think it's fair to the people when, listen, everybody I talk to is like, why do we keep using, the pandemic's over, we need to quit spending money like tomorrow it doesn't exist. You guys deserve to know what we're doing with your money. You deserve to see what it is. You deserve to know and make sure that we're making wise counsel decision. And I agree, I got this big binder. We just saw some fantastic information. It's all good. But in less than 24 hours, I've provided information that most individuals would be at least have several days to digest. And again, it doesn't matter how wonderful of a project I think it is, if it is not my job, it is not me. I work for you, and I work for my constituents, and it is their money, and every dollar I take from you and spend inefficiently, even with dreams and aspirations of wonderful things, if it's not spent wisely, is another hour that you spend away from your kids at your job. It's another day that you got a slave. And I believe that we deserve better, and you deserve time, even if it's a great project, and I support it. You deserve, and I believe the public deserves time to know what it is we're spending your money on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Johnson, are you in the queue for the mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to take this time, frankly, to apologize for my previous comments in a peak of frustration. As to the time delay, I do need to stick with those comments. But again, in the interest of facilitating this, I know a lot of things are said on this dais, on both ends of the dais, in frustration that some of us like to take back. I would like to take back that comment. Especially in the interest of moving this project forward, looking at the timeline. As we look at construction in November, it complicates that, and certainly Saxon, if you need to, he can comment on that. Construction of this kind, of any kind in the wintertime in Alaska, now we're looking at mid-late November, that's problematic. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the mayor's apology. At the time, those 52 weeks ago, I was the chair of the assembly, and I did a lot of work to try to make sure that those $52 million that we spent was spent as wisely and to do as much good in the community as possible. So I appreciate you apologizing because now I'm trying to do the same thing, is working with you, trying to make sure that these dollars are spent as wisely as possible and do the most good in the community as possible. So given what a lot of my colleagues have said, I can make sure that we get good and thorough responses to all of these questions that have been laid out and needs for information that have been laid out, and hope that when we come back to this item on May 10th, that we are ready to have a good discussion and hopefully are ready to support this idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Last person in the queue, Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to amend my motion to include reopening public testimony on May 10th.
Mr. Cross, do you agree with that change?
Yes, thank you.
The second agrees. So hopefully we don't have to go back through another series of comments and folks are ready to vote. Okay, seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AR 2022-111 as amended to May 10th and reopen the public testimony.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
The motion passes 7-3. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we might need, unless we can vote in 10 minutes, I think we probably need a motion to extend a little bit. So,
Okay, and just because there's an item, there's an item to be laid on the table here, and
Right.
we automatically adjourn in 10
at
minutes.
11, yeah. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to extend the meeting by 15 minutes. Hopefully we don't need all that time.
So a motion has been made to extend to 11:15. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Seeking unanimous consent, seeing and hearing no opposition, we are extended to 11:15. And Mr. Rivera, if you would go ahead and speak to your motion, and at some point we'll want to speak to why we can lay this resolution on the table.
Sure. So right now, just a motion to approve is all that's needed, Madam Chair. Okay. So I move to approve unnumbered AR 2022 resolution of the Municipal Assembly invoking Anchorage Municipal Code Section 7.20.090A.3 to temporarily suspend formal procurement rules in order to timely provide support for rehousing efforts as part of the exit from mass care. Yeah.
So
Laid on the table. I think it has to be laid on the table.
So we believe that actually the motion is to lay it on the table. Typically, we don't lay resolutions on the table for special meetings. Members can do that at any time for an ordinance. However, there's a note on the meeting that says the purpose of the special meeting is mass care exit action items. And so because that verbiage is there, even though this is not a supplemental item and even though we don't typically lay resolutions on the table, we believe it's a proper motion to lay this item on the table. So that's the motion then, Mr.?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and change that. So move to lay this item on the table.
I object.
Well, is there a second? Or, Ms. Allard, do you have a point of information, a procedural question or a point of order? You believe a rule is being broken?
I do, and the reason, this isn't the time to do this, and I find it, it's not an emergency. And we spoke about this before. We actually had an AO that states when we lay items on the table, it has to be an emergency. So
Okay.
I don't believe this falls into that category.
Okay, that would be a different issue to the substance of the motion to lay on the table. And so I thought you were raising an objection to the technical aspect of being able to lay a resolution on the table of a special meeting agenda. So that's not your point of order. So we have a motion on the floor to lay a resolution on the table. Was there a second to that motion?
I will second for purpose of discussion.
Seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera, on the motion to lay on the table.
Yeah, thanks. So on Tuesday, I alluded to sort of version 2.0 of this coming. So on Tuesday, we appropriated, I believe it was 1.9 million of the 2.8 million, and this is the rest of those dollars that we didn't appropriate on Tuesday. I think we just wanted to keep it very separate. And this is timely for very similar reasons that the Tuesday item was timely. We are approaching June 30. We need to house folks as fast as possible, and so if we delay this, then it delays those efforts, and I'd rather us not do that.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard, on the motion to lay the resolution on the table?
Mr. Rivera just spoke to that this is super important that we do this, but yet the whole body just postponed something that needed to be forward because we needed to look at housing. So I would just vote no to lay this on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would disagree with Ms. Allard. We postponed something that wouldn't be completed until November that was shelter. This relates to housing. That being said, doesn't mean I necessarily support this. I had someone raise to me a concern about sole sourcing this to 99+1, and I guess I want to hear from Mr. Rivera why it's sole sourced to them, and did that suggestion come from you or from the administration?
Thanks. So 99+1 was the entity here, in large part because...
And Mr. Rivera, I apologize for interrupting,
sure.
but we are actually getting into the substance of the resolution. And so just on the motion to postpone, on the motion to lay this item on the table, Mr. Dunbar, did you have anything pertaining specifically to the motion?
No, I will withdraw my question for once if this is laid on the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant, on the motion to lay this item on the table?
Yeah, I just want to note that I'm a student of parliamentary procedure, and I always love to learn new ways. The clerk reveals her wisdom. And so I will accept the wisdom of the clerk in this context, and I will remember it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this resolution on the table. 8 votes is required.
Mr. Salt.
I vote no.
The motion passes 8-2. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. So I move to approve this resolution.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thanks. So this resolution does very similar stuff to what we did on Tuesday, but it's just, it's a little bit different in that it's not for a specific facility. This is talking about system-wide enhancements. So this is something that actually HUD TA, as I think has been discussed a lot in the past, HUD Disaster Relief Technical Assistance is working very closely with the Anchorage Coalition and Homelessness and other partners to try to get people housed as fast as possible. And so HUD TA asked for to deploy these dollars to meet that goal of housing folks as quickly as possible. Reason around 99+1, it's they seem to be the provider of choice for this. There are, that's what I'll say on that. And then on 99+1 has been consulted about this particular appropriation, so they're aware that if approved, it is heading their way. And basically, this money is covering rent and other items needed to stabilize clients into new housing, such as beds, security deposits, case management, sort of all of the wraparound stuff that folks need to stabilize. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 99+1 might be the provider of choice, as you described it. But here we are making the choice, and I'm wondering if we have to. Would this resolution be effective if we just ended Section 2 at $900,000 already allocated for emergency rental assistance, period, and then deleted the rest? Is there a chance that any other entity would bid or propose on this $900,000? Is there anyone here that can speak to that? I see someone in the audience. I don't know if I'm allowed to call on her.
I will. May I, Madam Chair? Thanks.
Sure.
So I'd like to call on Ms. Zalatel to respond.
Mr. Rivera, Mr. Dunbar, so this rental assistance, the reason that 99+1 was suggested by the HUD disaster TA is they are on site at the mass care locations. They're at the non-congregate and they're at the Sullivan. They have the capacity to deploy these funds, and with the guest house appropriation that was approved earlier, they'll be using a portal to track this funding particularly that has been cloned by AHFC, which will allow further reporting back to Treasury. So everything kind of aligns that they're the people in the place with the access to report the information. They also work closely with all of the case managers that we're working with in those facilities and attend case conferencing that's facilitated by the coalition.
Can I ask a follow-up, Madam Chair? Mr. Gerace, the administration, do you feel that 99+1 is the only provider able to do this? If we were to delete that and give you the flexibility to choose, is there anyone else that might bid on this?
Sir, we would need more time. We were preparing an RFP for these services around the first one that you approved earlier, about the 1.9 million. We were asked to pull that RFP. It was ready to go live in the efforts to expedite that funding. But we were looking for an RFP vendor for these services and related to the emergency rental assistance program.
So an RFP, not a sole source?
That is correct, sir. We would have gone out with a traditional RFP. It's on the street for 2 weeks, and then it would be awarded.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, if it's just 2 weeks, I guess I have to think about that. You know, I do know that with our record inflation, that being able to purchase the items, if this is approved in a timely manner, is critical, particularly as far as making sure that we don't continue to blow the budget and go up in costs. So I understand the need to expedite that. So that's my one thought on this, is just understanding that right now material costs in construction are really hard to project even 30 days out. So expediting that probably might sound like it costs more money, but if we can do so promptly, it might actually save money in light of our economic situation. The only thing on this I would probably change, and this is just, I think words mean things, is the word hasty on line 19. I was always told hasty is a negative. It does mean excessive speed or insufficient consideration. You might want to change that word. Of course, it's your amendment, but when my dad said I did things hasty, it was never a compliment. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Allard?
We're going to have a long time of Kevinisms going on with his quotes and analogies of things, but yeah, I'm not going to support this. This is not something I'll support. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the unnumbered resolution.
Mr. Solt?
I vote no.
The resolution passes 7-3. That brings us to audience participation. It's 11:03. We have 12 minutes remaining. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. State your name, your community council, or area of the community in which you live. Welcome.
Thank you, Irene Creednow again. I wanted to make a couple comments. First of all, making the request to have time to look at the documents had nothing to do with the work that the facilitated group and that Mr. Rivera have been doing. That was not in any shape, way, or form a criticism of that. I just wanted some time to read the documents anyway. And the other thing I wanted to say, through the chair, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, we will never agree on the fact that you think that the Alaska Club was a fiscally responsible purchase. I have testified to this before. The Golden Lion, you purchased for $9 million. It was assessed at $8 million. And since buildings usually don't sell for exactly what they are assessed for, that was a good fiscal decision in terms of that you didn't spend more than it was worth. But property assessment of the Alaska Club in 2021 was $2,361,000 and you were going to purchase it for $4.7 million, I think you said. That's more than twice. I would not call that fiscally responsible, especially since there are no renovation costs included. The $12 million for this new building, whether you like it or not, at least has everything new and it has the furnishings already included. So anyway, and in general, I want to thank you for a very respectful meeting, except for the end where it kind of went off, but then you brought it back. And I really appreciate that, and I want to make that public statement, so thank you very much.
Thank you for your participation. Ms. Quinn-Davidson is in the queue.
Yeah, just quickly to Ms. Quidno, just, and I could share this slide with you if you want. I actually asked former employee to share the presentation we got from the former Alaska Club in the most recent option before we entered into the purchase agreement. So the purchase price for the building was $3.1 million, and the rest was for renovations and for ADA compliance. So the 4.7 is a total, including all the renovations, just so you have the numbers.
That is the first I'm hearing that, so thank you for the clarification.
Thank you for your participation. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Are there any other members of the public who wish to participate? If so, please come forward. Seeing no one else in the queue or lining up, we will go ahead and move on to Assembly member comments. I will start to my right with Mr. Soltz on the phone. Any comments?
I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soltz. Ms. Allard?
I wish we could have voted tonight. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I casually mentioned this earlier this evening. 41 years ago last night, about this time, I pulled into Anchorage, Alaska, having left Canada, the other side of Whitehorse, earlier that day, and was trying to figure out how to find Spenard, and the first time I'd ever been to Anchorage, and so I guess I'm starting my 42nd year as an Alaskan today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. No comments.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross? Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Thank you to Mr. Delosier and the gentleman to his right. I just want to say thank you for your nice, clear, thoughtful comments tonight and sticking around all the way through all this for days and days. That's what makes a difference in civic government. It's for the people, and you're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Oh, you do have a comment, Mr. Cross? Go ahead.
Actually, this is just related. In order to take the seat, I had to withdraw as chair of the Anchorage Plating Board, and so I'm to all those within earshot. Our plating board is in dire need of individuals with survey experience, topography experience. It's real close to being a short board, and of course, if the plating board shuts down, so this is just my call out, and I can use this chair to let you know that we need some people to volunteer. You can talk to the administration and what kind of experience they're looking for, but that's a very, very important position to our municipality. And if we have anybody out there with, experience in survey and land usage and those things. We really need those volunteers on the plating board, and I implore you to make yourself known.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to relay some words of wisdom that Kevin's father once, no, I'm just kidding. No comments.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Even though I obviously have some opinions about this project itself, I want to say thank you particularly to Ms. Johnson, who stepped in tough circumstances. And this team, I know you have been working hard. So I want to acknowledge that work because it's real, and you're working for your city and you're doing what you think is best, and I believe that. So thank you for doing that work. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Rivera, who I know has similarly worked his butt off, not just in the last week, but for years on this issue. And so to the extent, if we don't, some of us don't like this project or other project, it's not personal, and we value your work. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
I think my colleagues have said it all. Thank you. No
Thank
comments.
you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I'll just make a quick comment that National Municipal Clerks Week is May 1 through May 8, and that's a great opportunity to thank our wonderful clerks team. And also wanted to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. And on the bright side, we're not going to midnight. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We are adjourned. Thanks for being here tonight.